Hello.
Morning, Deputy Mayor Whalen.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Are we on?
We are live and on. Please lead us off.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the mayor and our city council, I want to welcome you to this incredible event, the Military and Civilian Services Summit. We hope today will provide incredible information and opportunities for continued support to our very important military affiliated community providers. This event is made possible through the collaboration and coordination of many organizations, as you may know, just by looking at the agenda today. Special appreciation goes to varying levels of leadership at Joint Base Lewis McChord, the United Way of Pierce County, and the executive, and the South Sound Military and Communities Partnership. I think the opportunity for the information we're going to receive today is fantastic, given the unprecedented times we're living in. As a former military officer and veteran myself, I can say with certainty that receiving information about available services to the veterans and military service members was very important during my career as a second lieutenant and then a captain in Germany, and for a brief stint at Fort Lewis in my early days. Before we get to our next speaker, I want to provide a few guidelines for today's event. Please allow for grace and patience as we transition between speakers and panelists. We can't necessarily see one another, and so we appreciate your cooperation and resilience as we work through this Zoom presentation this morning. If at any time the event becomes compromised via security breach, and I understand that's happened around the world using this platform, our event will terminate or will be recontinued. Q&A sessions are limited due to the compact time frame we have this morning to provide information, but I understand that around 8:35, Colonel Sky Duncan will be available following his presentation for some brief Q&A. There will be opportunities for follow-up and to have questions answered after today's event as well. The summit, for the benefit of others, is being recorded, live streamed on the SSMCP YouTube channel and the SSMCP Facebook Live page to allow for unregistered attendees to see and hear the important information that will be shared today. It is now my great pleasure to introduce a friend and supporter of not just Lakewood and JBLM, but our surrounding communities here in the 10th Congressional District, Congressman Denny Heck. Congressman Heck has had incredible priorities for our region. He's focused on creating jobs, growing our economy, keeping the American dream alive for the middle class and for those working to get into it. Congressman Heck has been a vocal advocate for all our military families and veterans. He serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and other key committees. And I can tell you with certainty that despite Congressman Heck's decision to step away from Congress, he will be well missed by many of us here in the South Sound. So Congressman Heck, thank you very much for your time today. Please welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can, Congressman.
Good. Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much for the kind remarks. Indeed, thank you for inviting me to speak today. It truly is my honor to join this virtual stage with so many of the men and women who, well, frankly, make the South Sound an incredible place for our service members and veterans and their families. That's what we all work for. When I thought about what I would say this morning, my mind kept coming back to the same word, integration. Frankly, I think that's the secret to our success here in the South Sound, and that's what we must continue to champion. The mindset that we have here of envisioning JBLM as an organic part of the community. That's the reason why we've been able to achieve such high quality of life for service members. We're not just inhabiting the same region, we're partners in making that region the best place it can be for our service members, for our defense communities, and for all of our neighbors. Indeed, the beyond the fence line mentality that leadership both inside and outside JBLM gates have championed has been a recipe for our success. I've had a chance to see this collaboration and integration firsthand in my time representing the 10th District. I've been proud to work with the City of Lakewood on the Defense Community Infrastructure Program. And I've been proud to see the Veteran Services Hub in Lacey grow as it has. That level of close cooperation is needed now more than ever. While Washington State has certainly suffered from the coronavirus outbreak, the close relationship JBLM and Madigan have with the wider community has been essential to working together to combat this crisis and mitigate its worst effects. We need more of that spirit of collaboration and integration if we're going to seriously confront the various issues that we as a community face. One issue I want to touch on affects everyone here in the South Sound, but particularly the military, and that is affordable housing. Housing, as you have heard me tell you, is an ecosystem. What we see now is this ecosystem under stress. The cost of shelter going up for everyone, from homeowners to renters, market rate to affordable homes, and urban to suburban areas. This housing crisis has hit everyone. Solving the housing crisis is going to require the work and collaboration of federal, state, and local governments, but it will also require our public and private partners to do whatever they can to improve the housing situation for our military families. And that requires integration. That means realtors, banks, and municipalities, they need to put themselves in the shoes of service members. What are the unique challenges faced by a military family buying or selling or renting property? What can we do to be better prepared to meet those challenges? Frankly, we need to expand that type of thinking. You know, one of the things that makes JBLM one of the most sought after posts in the military is the high quality of life we enjoy. Service members know that by coming to JBLM, their kids, for example, will have access to good schools, and their spouses will have access to a robust and dynamic job market. We need to meet those expectations head on. Military children move frequently, and special needs children may face delays in getting the necessary care at the new locations. So how are schools responding to those challenges? We need to ask questions like, are our hiring processes set up in a way that will allow military and veteran spouses to adequately convey their full breadth of experience? Are we understanding the unique hurdles they face in the job market, like the difficulty that comes with transferring a license from state to state or having some gaps in their resumes, for example? What measures are we taking once we recognize those challenges to reorient ourselves to overcome them? If we ask ourselves these hard questions, we can continue to build upon the legacy of success that we've created here in the South Sound. And we can ensure that we remain the place that our service members and their families choose to call home. Thanks again very much for having me with you today.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Hecht. Again, we appreciate your time this morning and your willingness to spend so much of your effort in improving the lives of all of us here in the South Sound, especially our veteran and military members. The city of Lakewood is the second largest city here in Pierce County. And as a result, we are fortunate to work closely with our county leadership on any number of important issues to serve our residents. One of those incredible partnerships involves our work together with our military affiliated communities. Through Pierce County and the city of Lakewood and other local organizations in cities like the city of Lacey, our military affiliated community is well represented. And we're fortunate today to hear from our next speaker, who's a true veteran advocate. Bruce Dammeier was elected as the executive of Pierce County in November of 2016. Bruce previously served in the Washington State Senate from January of 2013 through December of 2016. He's a partner in a local business, Print Northwest. It's been recognized for growth both locally and nationally. Bruce graduated from the University of Washington with a Master of Science in Engineering and also from the United States Naval Academy. We appreciate the presence of a Navy veteran today here among the sea of Air Force Blue and Army Green. And we truly welcome the county executive and his leadership team for all the fine work that they've done for the county, including our great relationship with our military partners and our veterans. Thank you, Congress or Executive Dan Meyer, thank you for coming today and joining us.
Thank you very much. Let's see, this is a new format for me, Sarah. Can you get me up on video? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Sir, we just need you to turn your video on, please.
So I've done this many times. This is, got it. We're there. Okay, perfect. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jason. First of all, I appreciate Lakewood's leadership and your personal leadership in this. Lakewood has been just the absolute kind of the initiator, the catalyst for our strongest possible relationship with the military community at Joint Base Lewis McChord and our veterans. And part of that is because we have such strong leaders in Lakewood, like Deputy Mayor Jason Whalen. So thank you very much, Jason. Thank you, Sarah, for all your work on this. And I would like to pick up where the Congressman Heck, who's been an incredible partner in this as well, where he left off, and that is the word legacy. You know, our legacy in Pierce County with the military goes back a long ways. With Joint Base Lewis McChord, obviously goes back to 1917, when the people of Pierce County set aside the land to support the creation of then Camp Lewis in defense of World War I. So we've got our legacy is long and deep. And that is also why it is so strong here. I'm going to try to get my light out of the way. So strong here because, and as a result of that, we've got connections, particularly throughout the Pacific, that stem from that connection, Joint Base Lewis McChord. When you talk about connections to our local Japanese American community, our Filipino American community, our Chinese American community, our Pacific Islanders, all of those, most of them have a part of that connection to the military. So our connection to Joint Base Lewis McChord has been key to bringing really important diversity to our county and connecting us to that global community, which is becoming increasingly important as we become an increasingly Pacific-faced world from the United States perspective, right? There's no question in my mind that while Europe has always been critically important, that the Pacific theater is going to be much more critical going forward. So I bring that up just to highlight the fact that, you know, we are in very uncertain times, right? This pandemic is unlike anything that any of us on this call have ever experienced. But I want to remind us that Joint Base Lewis McChord was founded effectively in the face, it faced the pandemic of 1918 shortly after its founding. I say that just to give us a little bit of historical perspective, that this relationship is deep and long. It survived the 1918 Spanish flu. It's going to survive the 2020 coronavirus pandemic. So we will get through this, and it's going to be critically important. So from Pierce County perspective, you know, our communities are deeply ingrained, as Jason indicated a little bit, and as the Congressman alluded to. Not only do we have a really tight relationship with the base, which contributes kind of historically about $9.2 billion in economic impact to our community. And that's in terms of, you know, and connects the two strongest economic pillars of Pierce County, the Port of Tacoma and Joint Base Lewis McChord, you know, with a pipeline that feeds our aircraft out there at McChord Field. But that's jobs, that's civilian jobs that's contracts, that's housing, that's all sorts of ways. Our interconnection economically to Joint Base Lewis McChord is huge, is just huge. And that means there's a lot of other connections as well. One of the key things is veterans. And I am proud, as was indicated, you know, that about 1 out of every 2 veterans who separates from Joint Base Lewis McChord chooses to stay in the Northwest. So that is because we're an awesome place to live. And they recognize that even though they may have likely came from another part of our great country, they recognize the kind of the amazing things that the Pacific Northwest has to offer. So with that as big backdrop, there's a lot of action going on. There's been a lot of stewardship in the past of this key relationship with Joint Base Lewis McChord and our veterans community. And there's important stewardship and initiatives going on now, largely due to folks like Sarah and the South Sound Military Communities Partnership. And Pierce County is in the thick of it in many ways. Just some of the things that are going on right now. We actively have some long-range sub-area community planning going on right outside the base on the east side of the base that will be really significant as we go forward. We're working to resolve one of the oldest and oddest situations in Pierce County, and that is where we have a county road on base property outside the fence that primarily is there to service the city of DuPont. So that's a really weird configuration. It's been around for a long time, it's been weird, and we're committed to working with the base and with the city of DuPont to get that clarified, right? To get that where it makes more sense. So we've got a lot of those kind of oddities. We've got a lot of other connections with Joint Base Lewis McChord and relatively new connections. One of the things is the inclusion of Joint Base Lewis McChord in our Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, recognizing now and only in the last couple of years that the base is a driver of tourism. In that respect, you've got kind of our service members who are on the base who want to come off and be part of our community and see what our community has to offer. That's awesome. But they also have a lot of relatives that come to visit them, and then they go out and visit Mount Rainier and visit Puget Sound and things like that. So a much stronger connection from a tourism connection, point of view with Joint Base Lewis McChord. And that's resulted in, among other things, some new soccer fields being built, the new Joint Base Lewis McChord 360 app, where you can get a variety of ways to kind of engage and help particularly drive our service members, encourage them to get off the base and make some connections. So those are all really good and exciting things. Some things that I would say are really important as we move forward are in our 2020-2021 county budget. And there we've done a number of things. One is we've got our first responder memorial being built. And some of you may not know that when we honor first responders in Pierce County, that includes our military police who are on Joint Base Lewis McChord. When we go through our annual ceremony, there is a significant portion that recognizes the military police officers who were soldiers who lost their lives overseas. And that will be part of the first responder memorial that is being constructed just behind the county city building, kind of as we speak. It's been slowed up a little bit by a few issues related to coronavirus, but that's going to be very important. And that further cements that connection. Some other things that are going on where we all know and can understand that in many cases, service has a lot of long-term consequences for some of those who do serve overseas. In particular, I was blessed. I served overseas a lot, never in a combat theater, but we also know that those overseas deployments in combat theater that service members can pay a great price for that, and that sacrifice doesn't necessarily end when they return to our nation. And in many respects, we've got folks with PTSD, we've got folks with substance abuse issues, we've got folks who are homeless. So we're doing a lot of things to really focus on making sure that those who have served us and our country in Pierce County are taken care of as a priority. It's not acceptable that anyone who served our country should not have a place to sleep at night and should not have the support that they need to get healthy and get their dignity restored to their life. So we're doing a number of things to focus on that. One of them that is undergoing right now and under construction right now is the creation of a new crisis recovery center out in the Parkland Spanaway area. That's about very close to Joint Base Lewis McChord, very close to those communities outlying the base. Our other one is in Fife. So this will be much closer to the people that need it. And that's a real significant area of need. So we're very excited to get that ongoing. And the last thing that I would like to highlight that we're going forward with is another exciting initiative. And I'd love to say that it was invented here in Pierce County, but it was not. We have been looking south to our neighbors in Thurston County and been looking at their Veteran Service Center and been saying, wow, that concept, that one-stop concept, that approach to make it as easy as possible for our veterans to get the services and the benefits that they need makes a lot of sense. And in Pierce County, we're not afraid to say, hey, what they did was great. Let's mimic that. Let's create one of those in Pierce County. And we're in the process of doing that right now. Sean Dennerline, who leads up the Veteran Services for Pierce County, will be talking a lot about that later. But we're very excited about that. We're thankful that Thurston County plowed that ground for us, set a good example, and we're gonna model that here in Pierce County. So I hope that I've conveyed that we have a rich legacy. We've been through a lot with Joint Base Lewis McChord, but we don't take it for granted. We think that relationship is critically important, both with the base, with our veterans community, and that we are acting today with new initiatives to strengthen those relationships, both with our active duty service members and the garrison out there. Thank you, Colonel Sky, and with our veterans as well. So thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah, for putting this on. We're excited to see the next speaker. Thank you for Denny Heck, and we're looking forward to where we go from here. So thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you so much, Executive Damar. We really appreciate your participation. If everyone could give us just about 5 minutes and we'll prepare for our next speaker. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience and for enduring all of these challenges that we may be having, but I'm just so delighted. This is a fantastic event already. And one reminder, please, for all of our panelists is if you will, please ensure that your mics and your videos are turned on. So it's with my great pleasure. I am so honored to get to introduce our next panelist, Donna Ponopinto, President and CEO of United Way, Pierce County. It's been a great honor to work with Donna as she is the Social Services Working Group Chair for South Sound Military Communities Partnership. Donna has more than 30 years of experience working within the United Way network, and she is a true champion for families and children. She has a bachelor's in psychology, a master's degree in counseling with emphasis in children and families from Creighton University. So Donna Ponopinto, welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I am very, very pleased to be a part of today's session. You know, we're living in a new reality, doing all of these virtual meetings, and we make it happen. So I'm glad to be participating and glad that all of you are joining us this morning. You know, United Way has been a part of the South Sound Military and Community Partnership since the beginning. You know, we are always, United Way has always been about mobilizing the caring power of our community. And the military community plays a big part of that. And being a part of the Social Services Working Group, which I've chaired now for a little over 6.5 years, you know, we bring together the community partners along with military partners to begin to really go deep into what are those issues that are important to military personnel and to their families, and how do we begin to address those simply because over 70% of the military personnel and their families live off of the base. And so, you know, we have to partner, we have to collaborate. And even as you look at what's going on right now with the coronavirus, partnerships and collaboration are even more important. So it's very important for me and for United Way to be a part of bringing together all these different stakeholders to figure out how can we collectively address the key issues that the military and their families face every day. So some of the issues that we've been working on to assist the military affiliated community, number one has been childcare. We have been meeting as a group, and I think every year we focus on some aspect of how do we ensure that there is access to quality, affordable child care, which also is a very important, obviously, to the general population, and doing that in ways where we're looking at legislation, communications, networking. How do we network among the stakeholders to ensure that military families are aware and have access to child care, both on and off base? The other things that we've been working on include supporting military spouses with improved employment opportunities. Outcomes have included resolutions passed by the House and the Senate, advocacy for increased licensure opportunities as well. And this work will continue into 2021. We've spearheaded for the last couple of years for the creation and implementation of what we call Connect Kits. And these kits have information that can be passed out to families, and they're very specific to the communities and the individuals' needs in those particular communities. But these Connect Kits are all about sharing information and resources that are available on and off base for military community members. 400 kits actually are scheduled to be distributed this month in recognition of the month of the military child. You know, and I will add to that the partnership with 211. 211 is our information and referral call center, but it's so much more. And our 211 call center has been partnering with the base for probably decades. And We have also tried to figure out ways that we can share information, making sure that we're sharing resources. And we have navigators that we deploy to help people take things the next step. So it's not just about getting a phone number and telling someone, here, call this place, but it's about walking them through a process and making sure that they actually get the services that they need. So the 2-on-1 connections and JBLM are very strong. The other thing that we've been looking at is affordable housing, quality affordable housing for junior enlisted service members with dependents so that they can ensure that mission readiness by not having to drive an hour to work. And you know, the other thing is United Way is proud supporter of this event. The SSMCP has also been supporters of many of United Way's event, including our Poverty Possibilities Summit, which hopefully we will have in person this year in November, November 10th. You can mark your calendars. Otherwise, we will do something virtual as we're doing today. So some of the things that we're doing right now with regards to COVID-19 is that we've been partnering with the Greater Tacoma Community Foundation and family foundations throughout the county to create a fund. The fund is at 6.5 million right now. I think we have allocated about almost half of it, or will allocate half of it by the end of this month. Oh, are we still there? And the whole idea of that fund is to target first responders. Oh, there it is. You just clicked it on the screen. Like, what happened here? So you can just go to United Way's website to get more information on how you can support the fund, how you can apply for the fund, and the list of the funders and resources. So, one of the things that United Way has tried to do in partnership with all these different groups out in the community is to make sure that there is one place that you can go to find resources. So if you go to www.uwpc.org, you can find, just click on the resource box and there's resources for individuals, for businesses. If you're needing information regarding financial resources, all of that is on our website. So it is about making sure that we're getting money out into the community to those frontline first responders and those most critical needs around food, dealing with the homeless issue, affordable housing, mental health, and childcare. So those are the main three buckets. And then we'll begin to look at what are those things that are emerging as a result of this, because this is going to be quite a journey. I think we're talking recovery. We need to be thinking about recovery, but I think we're still going to be in that kind of urgent emerging role. So those are some of the things that we're doing out in the community in terms of collaboration and partnerships. And again, really pleased to be able to be a part of the Southtown Military Community Partnership and to support all of our military that are out there every day, doing great things for our community and for our country. So I think, Sarah, I am introducing Colonel Duncan, if I'm correct.
Yes, ma'am, if you will, please.
Okay, I sure will. So it is my pleasure now to introduce Colonel Skye Duncan, who is the JBLM Garrison Commander. Colonel Duncan was commissioned a second lieutenant in the Army Signal Corps from the Reserve Officer Training Program at Northwest Nazarene University in Nampa, Idaho in 1996 with a Bachelor of Science degree in pre-medicine biology. He has served in various assignments, including Korea, Fort Gordon, Georgia, Joint Base Lewis McChord, Fort Campbell, Kentucky, multiple assignments in Washington, D.C., including Fort Belvoir, Virginia, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and attendance of the Army War College in Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. Colonel Duncan has been deployed to Iraq twice, as well as 1 tour of duty in Afghanistan and 1 in the Philippines. So please now join me in welcoming Colonel Duncan.
Thank you so much, Donna. I appreciate it. Thanks again, Sarah, for setting up this meeting. This is a great opportunity. So while we can't, of course, gather physically, we can gather virtually, and I appreciate the comments made about that. We'll keep this keeps us gathering at least a little bit as the best we can right now. And I look forward to seeing everybody physically again soon when we can. You know, we have 4 main priorities here on Joint Base Lewis McChord. Some of you may have heard me talk about these before. More joint, that gets to our DoD mission set. More family, making sure when people come on Joint Base Lewis McChord, they know this place is home. And more community is our 3rd priority, and that gets to exactly these types of panels and these types of events. So I appreciate you all setting this up. So I want to walk you through some things that we have on Joint Base Lewis McChord, some capabilities we have. Sorry about that. I'm still figuring this stuff out. Okay, we got video now. I want to walk you through some things we have, some capabilities we have on Joint Base Lewis McChord, and some things that we provide here to our service members, our soldiers, and our airmen on base. And then I want to talk about how that works again into the broader community and how that works into our capabilities with you all. Our Morale, Welfare, and Recreation Department, MWR we call it, and our Personnel and Family Readiness Directorates, we call it DIPFR here on base, if you've heard of that. That's Alicia and Venetia are the 2 directors in those areas. Offer a wide variety of programs to all service members, whether they're active duty, retired, and of course supports family members of those service members. We support retirees, veterans, the civilians that work on base. We have, you've probably heard these statistics, about 280,000 people depend on JBLM. About 140,000 daily, and then the remaining 140,000 depend on JBLM sort of periodically as they come on base to receive maybe healthcare or identification cards or things like that. And then recently, as of January, we opened up to what's called the VHIC, the Veterans Health Identification Cards, an even broader category of our veterans that might not have retired from service, but just did a few years but are in the Veterans Affairs system. In our MWR, Morale, Welfare, and Recreation, we offer childcare from infant through teen with age-appropriate programs and extracurricular activities during the summer, as soon as we can open those back up, obviously. I have a lot of questions on when we can open those back up. We have some childcare open right now to what we call minimum mission essential personnel. So those personnel that are still coming into work because we have to be ready to do our mission at any time. We're providing childcare to those so that the parents can still come and do their job. A lot of those are in Madigan Army Medical Center, but other units that need to be prepared to deploy at any time. We have a wide variety of recreational services on base, just as there would be on base: bowling, boating, outdoor activities, sports and fitness centers, pools, libraries, food and beverage options, caterings. As people all probably know, we have 2 golf courses, one of them right there on the I-5 corridor. And then we have programs specifically for single soldiers, called the BOSS program, Better Opportunities for Single Service Members, for all of our airmen and soldiers out there that in their Directorate of Personnel and Family Readiness, they're focused on life skills, social type organizations such as financial counseling, emergency financial assistance, substance abuse, domestic violence, new parent support, sexual harassment and assault prevention, programs with families with special needs. So as you all know, the interesting thing, and one of my favorite things about the military and the Army, is that we're a cross section of society. We have people from all over. I've had the great, one of the favorite things of my 24 years now in the military has been the great friends that I've made from the Tongan Islands, Samoa, Bronx, Florida, farmers from Nebraska. I'm from Idaho, as you heard in the bio there. I love meeting people from all different walks of life, but in that, as a cross-section society, we have to be prepared to support all of these folks. The different way that their family interactions, their interactions with services that we offer, all of this, it's always about communication, how we communicate these capabilities, how we advertise these capabilities, make them available for people. As you all work in a lot of these similar fields, so you know the similar challenges that we have with making sure that the services are available to the people at the time that they need it, them and their families. Part of that military life cycle program, and we do continuing education opportunities, support for wounded, ill, and injured. Spouse employment is a big thing. Transition assistance program here at Joint Base Lewis McChord is probably one of the best in the entire DoD, the entire Department of Defense. We have people to fly in here on their own cost, on their own dime, to use our transition assistance programs here. And that's a great benefit. We have a great program that we stood up here, and we've received the benefit of being in such a high job available area. There's a lot of people, over 50% of the people that retire out of Joint Base Lewis McChord end up staying in the local area and benefiting our local area. We have the Work Source program that continues to work with a lot of these providers that we have official agreements with. And then we do, of course, provide casualty assistance and survivor outreach services for our fallen service members, families. In summary, Joint Base Lewis McChord provides a wide range of programs and services to our population. We work collaboratively with our partners, and as Donna mentioned, we have 70% that live off base. A new initiative we're launching, and you'll see hashtags on this specifically on Instagram, but we'll reference it on all of our other social media platforms, is JBLM Sound Living. So if you see those hashtags and those references, that's about bringing folks the services that they need, bringing people together again as a community, offering them capabilities that in their mind, body, spirit, community, and collaboration and information sharing to again kind of bring people together and to centralize our services a little bit more and make them a little bit more easily accessed. This gets to, you know, like again, look at the purpose of this meeting that we're gathering here together today, about information sharing. It's about sharing ideas and ways ahead, how to not only get through this COVID time, but how to posture ourselves for the future. Some of these things we're learning today we'll put in place in perpetuity. Some of the things we're learning today are just how to get through this time together as a strong community, and then we'll return to what the normal was before. So there'll be a new normal and then a return to normalcy, kind of both of those. And then these sessions are great for collaboration and continuing to build partnerships. Again, in my priority of more community, I appreciate this. You know, that we have the same priorities, we have the same requirements here that a lot of folks do, and that a lot of folks that are on this call, providing food, clothing, shelter, and community to all of our personnel on base. And as we've gone through these COVID times, we've had a lot of Facebook Live town halls and virtual events, and a lot of those again are led by Alicia and our DIP First section and Benicia and our MWR section to reach out to people and to make sure that they have the communications that they need and reassure them that we have still these services available. We have kept most of these services available, again, either virtually or in person, to provide to them. And so as a connection, again, for collaboration with our off-base partners, let me kind of walk you through a scenario of what this might look like and kind of tell you a quick story. Imagine a Private Johnson and his wife and 2 kids live in Olympia. They have 1 vehicle, which he uses to come to work on JBLM every day. They're a young family, low income. You know, as a new enlisted soldier in the military, you don't make a lot of money. But they're living in a high cost living area. This is an expensive area to live, as we've already discussed. How affordable housing is one of the top priorities of the SSMCP and our partners. Mrs. Johnson does come to the food bank in Olympia. It's a great resource for a young family. She's able to get healthy food options and at a low cost. What I want to tell you, the reason I tell you a story like that is that is something that does happen. We have young enlisted soldiers don't make a lot of money. And that is okay that they're using those services off base. That is okay that they are part of your community. They're in the community outside the gates, 70%. It's okay that they're using services. I'm glad that we are communicating and getting the information out there as to what services are available, United Way, et cetera. And thank you for supporting them. Thank you for taking care of those soldiers at their place of need, at their home, where they live, where their family can get access. Again, and that, you know, they might only have the 1 vehicle, which is quite common. And through communication channels like this and partnerships like this, I know that we will receive the information as we can keep these communication loops going. We'll receive that information back here as to maybe that was more dire than we thought. Maybe, you know, their chain of command, their leadership knows how much money they make and that they have 2 kids and that they have 1 vehicle. And we have programs here as well to help them. So if we keep those communication channels open, we will do everything that we can to help them here at the place that they work. You can help them in the place of their immediate need. We'll help them in the place they work, and together we know that we will help that entire family, giving them the assistance they need in the community where they live. And we supplement them with the capabilities here on Joint Base Lewis McChord, either through the direct government programs or, again, the great partnerships that we have. We have partnerships that come on base to help us as well. So what I'd ask is that we continue to share that data. We continue to share stories, share the real human side of this, both in the COVID times and long after, because as a cross-section society, we will continue to have service members in here, airmen and soldiers, and we have a few Marines and sailors on base as well. We'll continue to have folks that will always need help. We are always here to help them, and I know you all are as well. And I also ask that you continue to work with SSMCP, who's been an amazing partner here with us on things like this, and as wide and ranging as huge multi-million-dollar programs in the North Clear Zone of base, to I-5 traffic corridors, to affordable housing, down to the level of individual care for our individual service members. So continue to work with SSMCP. We love the partnership with them. They're amazing folks. Fill out their needs surveys as they send those out, as we do. And then I do want to leave here a few minutes here for Q&A too. So I'll just close out by saying, you know, we talked with Tom Bunt a little bit. Colonel Bunt, who's the Madigan commander, who's going to speak in a couple sessions after me. He pre-recorded his message, and we were able to partner on a few things. So I'll just reinforce some of his talking points that he's going to bring up too. With his, you know, he also appreciates the partnerships and the public health relationships that they've built, and how they support in these times. We're getting a lot more requests for support in the defense support to civil authorities, what we call DISCA missions, and how he'll continue to support those, and we'll continue to funnel those requests for support through. We support those requests as they come through the channels, and then he sends his people out as needed. And he'll continue to support with non-pharmaceutical intervention measures, as we will. We have masks. I've got mine right here that we wear whenever we can't maintain 6 feet of social separation. And we're continuing to protect our people on base, just as everybody is off base as well. Okay, I think that's it. Again, I appreciate the information sharing, the collaboration, and the great partnerships we have with everyone off base. And I'm going to pause here now for a minute.
Thank you, sir. So we do have one question regarding the census. How do service members participate in the census?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So we had to go virtual with a lot of the census. So we advertised out the fact that you can do it online, and you can do it online even before you get the actual paper in the mail. A lot of folks did get the paper in the mail as well, and it gave them the even easier way to access the key codes and everything. And then we've gone house to house and given the brochures physically, hung them on the doorknobs. So I think that's the 3 ways. We didn't do the face-to-face knock on the door, clipboard in hand count, because obviously COVID affected us. So we tried to go as much as we could virtual. I think that kind of gets to the question. Is that where we were going?
Thank you, sir. Another question. Why doesn't JBLM build more housing on installation?
Thanks. That's a good question. And let me go back to let me answer one more piece to the previous census question real quick too. We're also working closely with Pearson Thurston on making sure that ours, again, back to that 70% that live off base, we're making sure we educate them that they should answer the questions for where they live. And that again, I always love sorry, let me go off on a tangent here. I love the fact where JBLM is. We have such great partnerships in Thurston and Pierce County and Lakewood, and you heard from Bruce a little bit earlier, and I got a phone call yesterday with John Caulfield, and I love these partnerships. I love where JBLM is. I love the support that SSMCP gives us to get our message out there and to continue to do even better things in this area. Okay, housing on JBLM. So we have 5,159 housing units on JBLM. Lincoln Military Housing is our partner here on base. They're doing an amazing job right now. We've had, it made the headlines right about a year ago now, this housing crisis. And we had some of those similar issues here, nowhere near as many mold issues as there were in other parts of the country. Just we don't get a ton of mold here in the Pacific Northwest. We get that mildew sort of stuff that we've all seen on our showers and things like that, just because it rains so much in the wintertime. But what we had a lot of, unfortunately, was a lot of water leaks. Pipes, a lot of the housing on JBLM, a majority of the housing on JBLM was built in the 50s and 60s. The military likes to build its stuff and then keep it here for a long time. Lincoln Military has been going through and repairing all of those homes. And so they have been putting all of their focus into repairing the homes back to 100% standard. And they therefore have put a pause on any brand new builds for about a year or so now. Haven't done any new builds. What they are doing is reconstructing 3 whole new neighborhoods. So 3 neighborhoods of homes. They're going to totally take them down to basically just the studs and the roofs and completely renovate them inside. So while they won't be new buildings, they will be they'll essentially be new once you walk in the door. But again, they're not going to be building any brand new homes for a little while longer, probably at least another year or so. And then we've got a plan to build 98, and then we'll work on building more after that. That's for 2 reasons. Number one, I do want them to focus back on getting the houses that we have, and I want them to be as near perfect as possible. And they've helped us out with that. And they have done a very good job in that. And number 2, though, is we are following Office of the Secretary of Defense guidance, and it's, as you all know, it's community first. The reason we have 70% off base is that's exactly the way we want it. We want 70% off base. We want to support the local economy. We know that, again, through the surveys and the economic assessments that SSMCP has helped us out with, we know we are a large contributor, probably number 3 in the state, depending on how you count, whether on base or off base. Contributor to the economy. We like doing that. We want to be great partners in the community. So candidly, I don't look to build a ton more housing on JBLM. We're going to build some more, but we're not going to build thousands. It's going to be more in the hundreds, and it will be over the course of several years.
Another question, how can organizations get on base?
Okay, so do we mean volunteer organizations, or do we need for-profits, or can you?
I'm understanding as the nonprofits, the providers, if they want to get on base to help share the information that they have with service members, how might they to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks. We've had, we have these Facebook town halls that we do weekly with all of our service members and families, and really anybody that wants to dial in can. We get a couple, 3,000, 5,000 people that participate in those weekly. And I've gotten these questions on how can we volunteer? And of course, most of those are specifically for COVID times. And I love getting those questions. It shows people are reaching out and looking more broadly and more looking outside their own home and how they can help if they have the time and the capability. And so thank you again. So thank you for that question, because it speaks to a volunteer organization saying, how can we help the population that's on JBLM? And that feeds right into this conversation. I think the easiest way for nonprofits is start a communication channel, first of all, with through our Directorate of Personnel and Family Readiness. And I would think the best way, if I could ask you, Sarah, sort of in the line of my ask earlier to everybody that's listening to share data, if you don't mind, if we could ask you to kind of be a collaborator in there and receive some of those throughputs, that'd be a great way. Since everybody knows you already, they can send you that data. We can take that into, because it'll be one of several areas on JBLM, so it'll be much more simple if you can collect that, help us out, and then ship it to us, ship it to Alicia, to me, and we'll find the best place to immediately link them up and get those communication channels. Because there's several things we can look at. We can look at just providing information. We can look at providing direct linkages, putting people in direct communication with each other. Sometimes we can provide, time slots for briefings, space on base. There's many things we can look at in the portfolio of collaboration together in partnership, but it requires kind of individual conversations with those organizations. Thanks.
This one's regarding transportation. What is JBLM doing to help alleviate some of the congestion?
Okay, yeah, thanks. Another good question. We've done things over time, like opening up additional roads on roads and access roads into base and gates that have relieved traffic on specifically the I-5 corridor. We've moved gate locations in on base to allow queuing of vehicles to not be on specifically on the I-5 corridor. And then, as we mentioned earlier, again, with the I-5 expansion project that you all helped us out with, and it's continuing on for a while now to come. That's building new bridges, new flyovers, and then we will build new access points as needed. And we're also shifting traffic to some lesser used access points. We're doing that through communications and through some gate closures. We've got a couple of gates that are closed right now just because there's so much less traffic coming on base. And we might look to keep one or two of those closed and push traffic to some less used gates, again, that don't impact I-5. So we are in an interesting place here where we've got the three different parts of JBLM are all right on I-5, Lewis North, Lewis Main, and then McCord Field. All I-5 bisects all three of those. So we will continue to monitor traffic. We've got our folks in the Department of Public Works maintain close partnership with SSMCB and with WashDOT. We have daily traffic assessments. We have people that work in those offices and liaise between the two. And our Director of Emergency Services does all the traffic counts coming on base. 55,000 vehicles a day during normal time come on and off base. So we're looking to shift that to ensure that we shift that traffic again to make sure it doesn't impact I-5 any more than it absolutely needs to.
So this is currently my last question. So all participants, if you have any questions for Colonel Duncan, please feel free to send those in. The question is, what is the best place for providers to learn about upcoming deployments training so that they can prepare for helping service members and their family members?
Yeah, I will tell you, that's a tough one. That's a good question. It is a tough one. For operational security, we don't message out big troop movements, right? So I would say, going back to the previous question that was asked us, how can we partner and share capabilities on base? Probably the best way is to, if we have a relationship already with a particular organization or a group of folks that we know and that have built up a relationship then if they're on base already and have access, then we can share that information probably in an on-base capacity would be a little bit easier. There are some things we know that are very easy to broadcast out and have made the news. We supported the field hospital up in Seattle. We've supported some movements of troops for COVID-related things. Those are in the defense support to civil authority. So those are easy. We can definitely use lots of great partnerships there, and those are a little bit easier to message out because they're sort of publicly known. But for deployments, I'll say that's a tough one. I don't know that we're going to be able to really broadcast out any more openly about those large movements of troops. But if we can build a close partnership on base, then I think that group will know that intuitively as part of the process of how we ramp things up. We do what's called our soldier readiness processing, SRP, where we ramp soldiers up to get them to go different places. Sorry to not be able to give you a really clean answer on that one. I think the best way is let's build a close relationship and bring you on base for just sort of all day, everyday support, and then we'll know when we could use additional support for when we have large movements going in and out.
Well, I'm very surprised and impressed. I don't have any additional questions that have come in, sir. Any last comments?
Yeah, that's okay. We don't need to fill up time where it's not necessary. But I will tell you, hey, I appreciate just being able to be on here, be on camera for a few minutes with everybody. If you need anything at all, please contact us over here. I will say again, I'll foot stomp again. My thoughts for JBLM. I want us to be even more community oriented than we already are. I want us to be even more closely tied with the community that we are part of. We're part of 15 cities in the local area, 13 school districts, 3 counties. You can measure it any way you want, but we are here for the long term. Our service members love living here. This is the #2 most requested base in the Army. I don't know exactly where it is in the Air Force, but folks love coming to JBLM. They love the culture here. They love the community here. They love the availability of amenities. Of course, the great healthcare systems that are spread throughout the South Sound and the Seattle area. But I think the main reason people love coming here is they love the Northwest culture and the attitude of service that we have, the attitude of customer first in our customer facing organizations, and the volunteer group that a lot of the folks that are listening here really set the standard and set the pace for all of us to continue to emulate and to continue to admire. So thank you for all that you all do to make this a welcoming place for our service members that are probably only here for 3 or 4 years, most of them, and then they move on. But they do love their time here, and I've loved my time here as well. I've still got a good amount of time. I'm not going anywhere yet, but all of our civilians that are here for 10, 15, 20 years, they're of course, they're permanent residents here. And I know they love it here just as much as you all do. So thank you again for the time. I appreciate it. And I'm always here to answer questions. Please just look us up on email, give us a ring. We're here.
Well, sir, if you can, your comments prompted one more question. As the region works to emerge from COVID-19 impacts, what role do you see for the community connector programs within the communities?
Tell me, was that what holes I see, or what was that last part?
What role do you see the community
role
programs with communities?
Got it. Thanks. Misunderstood. I thought you said, what holes do I see? And I don't see any holes in the community connector program. What roles? Yeah, I definitely understand that. Yeah, the community connector program is amazing. And this is where, if you don't know, this is where a brigade, we have 27 brigade size elements on JBLM. And some of them are specifically aligned to cities or communities around the base. Where we are surrounded by cities, by housing areas, by districts, regions, school districts. And so this is where brigade leadership is specifically assigned to an area so that you can build a long-term relationship, right? Because JBLM is massive. Again, 40,000 service members, 55,000 family members, 120,000 that are on and off the base every day, 280,000 that depend on the base. So we want to be able to build a little bit closer connective tissue with some of these cities and communities. So those like 2-2 and 2-2 Strikers in Lakewood, First Group is out in Yelm. The 6th CID group is DuPont. It goes on. Great partnerships with those local command chains. And so the role is, that is where another perfect area to communicate with those people, those folks. So I talk with those leaders 2, 3, 10 times a week sometimes, depending on the particular brigade. They can bring back something, they can bring back messages from you in just a casual conversation of, hey, what has JBLM thought about this? Or, hey, is this something we can do for JBLM? And then I'll talk with those leaders, and I do get this stuff weekly. Hey, I was out there in Lakewood, and this is some things we were talking about. So keep those just conversations going, I would say, is the number one role I would ask for the community connector program. And then do ask, and then do share the things that you need. Share the things that you see that their service members can help you out in the city. Maybe, we've got some, again, I'll just keep talking about Lakewood. We've got some great partnerships there with the community engagement leadership team and the school boards and Clover Park. And we get a lot of information sharing back and forth there, and things that they can do for us, we can do for them. And so the role is keep sharing information with them, keep telling them your needs, keep telling them where you can help. And those, but if you want that to be your primary way you interact with JBLM, that is perfectly fine. We don't try to be the holders of all information here at the Joint Base Headquarters. We know that this is just a huge area. So if you want that to be your primary way, great. If you want to go directly to us here at Joint Base Headquarters, that's fine too. We'll help you out. We'll make sure this partnership stays strong.
Well, sir, I can't thank you enough for your true, genuine sincerity in wanting to have that communication. And so we are very honored and appreciate the opportunity to serve as a conduit in many ways. And we look forward to continuing that strong partnership. And so everyone out there, Colonel Duncan is genuine in saying, please provide that feedback. All right, sir, I know that's your time. I cannot thank you enough for being here and for all of the updates. It was really, really valuable. And now we're getting ready to go on break. We look forward to having everyone return at 9:15. We'll hear more from City of Lakewood. We're going to hear from Lacey and Colonel Bunt, Madigan Army Medical Center Commander. So we'll see you at 9:15.
Sarah?
All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jason Whalen, for assisting and presenting, and we leave it to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, I just want to follow and thank Colonel Duncan and his staff for their steadfast commitment and leadership to integrate the JBLM service members into our community. Lakewood is the community connector for the 2-2 Stryker Brigade, and we have very much appreciated that relationship. As Colonel Duncan mentioned, one of the many avenues of integration and cooperation has been in the community engagement leadership team with the Clover Park School District. And I recall fondly our last meeting when various members of the command staff of the 2-2 Stryker Brigade came and sat down among all the other community leaders and expressed incredible support and thought-provoking commentary about how we can perhaps do our roles better as members within our own community and helping students in the Clover Park School District. That's just but one example of the fabulous opportunity for integration between the military members and our local community. So thank you again, Colonel Duncan, for your work. The City of Lakewood serves as a proud fiduciary agent for the South Sound Military and Communities Partnership, which includes, of course, Joint Base Lewis McChord. This organization has spearheaded key initiatives to include resolution of the decades-old issue with the North Clear Zone, as well as the creation of Connect Kits to provide military and civilian resources to communities in the South Puget Sound. These successes occur with the important collaboration of our Thurston County partners. And one incredible Thurston County partner is the City of Lacey. The City of Lacey serves as a beacon for many of our veterans, active duty, reserve, and Guard service members, especially with the presence of the Lacey Veterans Services Hub. Here to tell us more about this achievement and other efforts in the City of Lacey is Lacey's Mayor, Andy Ryder. Mayor Ryder was elected to the Lacey City Council in 2009. He currently serves the City of Lacey on the Finance and Economic Development, Utilities, and Land Use Committees. He also represents Lacey on the Economic Development Council, the Business Resource Center, Visitor and Convention Bureau, and serves as the chair of the Transportation Policy Board. Mayor Ryder is the owner of SureClean Car Wash, a chain of 7 environmentally friendly car washes that serve the South Puget Sound region. In 2013, Andy Ryder was appointed to 2 key committees by the National League of Cities and their leadership. Those committees include the Military Communities Council and the Transportation Infrastructure and Services Steering Committee. For his leadership, we thank you for being a fine partner in all of these endeavors. Lakewood salutes you. Welcome, Mayor Ryder.
Thank you, Jason. It's great to be with all of you this morning to share how an ecosystem approach has been applied to veteran services in the City of Lacey and the greater Thurston County. This is what has become known to a lot of you as the Lacey Veteran Services Hub. Next slide. So Lacey has a proud history as a military community, and the outstanding veterans that call or have called Thurston County home hold a special place in my heart, and several hold a special place in my family's history as well. One of those, my late grandfather, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Andringa, participated in the largest amphibious landing in the Pacific Theater of World War II. It was called the Battle of Okinawa. It was one of the bloodiest of the war. More than 150,000 casualties among the Japanese and the Allies. At just 21 years of age, young Frank, or known by his close friends and fellow soldiers by his nickname Andy, spent 2 harrowing days and nights on the beach, pinned down by the relentless, deafening barrage of Japanese air, ground, and naval forces. All around him, his buddies lay dead or dying. It was later described by those lucky enough to survive as a descent into hell. And yet, as I was growing up, and even into my adult life, my grandfather never talked about it. Never. He also never spoke about how he'd wake up in the middle of the night screaming, not knowing where he was or what my grandmother could do to calm him down and let him know he was safe. Even though he didn't carry the physical scars of war, the mental scars ran deep, and he turned to alcohol in order to cope. Now, mental health services were seldom talked about, and even more rarely sought after in those days. More recently, my family was again devastated when we lost my first cousin, Mitch Anwar, who was a veteran who was stationed right here at JBLM, to the scourge of suicide. Now, sadly, 23% of the victims of suicide in this Washington state are veterans. Most of you participating in today's summit are likely aware that nearly 32,000 veterans reside here in Thurston County. Unfortunately, there's no way of knowing how many of those veteran families are at risk of experiencing the same kind of trauma that my family and likely many of yours have gone through. The fact is, nearly 1/2 of our country's veterans may not be taking advantage of all their earned benefits. That means that nearly 15,000 Thurston County vets are not accessing critical programs, services, and resources. And while dozens of organizations in Thurston County provide support to veterans, it has historically been challenging for vets to locate and access those services. And many of those organizations suffered a lack of awareness of each other's services with no established network to facilitate information sharing and client referrals. So there are universal problems likely faced by all the communities participating in today's summit. Determining the responsibilities of cities and counties to connect veterans with available services, addressing veteran confusion over the process to access those benefits, and of course, understanding the needs that are unique to the veteran populations. A primary goal of establishing an ecosystem, or in our case, what we call a hub, is increasing the collaborative capacity of local communities to achieve optimal well-being for veterans and their families. This is the epitome of the collective impact philosophy, and this is no small undertaking. As the city of Lacey, as the Lacey City Council became increasingly aware of the challenges veterans were facing in our community, the Thurston County Veterans Assistance Fund began sponsoring a series of quarterly forums for local, nonprofit, social service, and governmental organizations and agencies that focused on a range of veteran issues, including access to and coordination of services. And as many of you will recall, the South Sound Military Communities Partnership commissioned a comprehensive survey that provided considerable baseline data on the demographics, opinions, and needs of local veterans and active duty populations. While all these processes verified a critical local need for coordinated veteran services, identifying sufficient resources to establish a project to test a collaborative approach was a different matter. The council recognized that the city of Lacey's natural role would be as a local intermediary for creating a stronger veteran ecosystem. And in late 2014, we leased 1,200 square feet of office space on the South Puget Sound Community College's Lacey campus for use as a trial project site. And then client volume grew, and in March of 2016, the city resolved to test the concept further by leasing an additional over 3,000 square feet, bringing the total square footage to nearly 4,500 square feet. And then just a few months ago, agreements were reached to expand the facility to more than 8,000 square feet. So you may be wondering what is driving the need for all that additional space? Well, to borrow a line from the great 1989 Kevin Costner film, if you build it, they will come. And incredibly, the Veterans Hub now provides an ecosystem for more than 80 veteran services providers and partners. Some occupy permanent satellite offices within the facility on a daily basis, and others utilize shared rotating office space 1 or 2 days a week. Others provide regular training on counseling sessions in their facility's meeting room, and still others have a warm handoff referral relationship with a hub for offsite programs and services. The pillar services provided on-site include employment, education, housing, healthcare, and nutrition, as well as benefits and VA claims assistance, military service verification and documentation, substance abuse referral, rural veteran access and outreach, legal aid, peer-to-peer training, and additionally, we're working to initiate telehealth services in the near future. And I would also like to mention that last year alone, the veteran services officers based in the hub were responsible for successfully procuring more than 1.7 million in back pay and other payments for their clients. We also run a free van transportation program that shows clients from throughout Thurston County to the services at the Veterans Hub, as well as to services at VA facilities in Pierce and King counties. And beginning next week, in partnership with the food bank, we'll be using the van to make provision deliveries to veterans who, due to COVID-19 stay at home, stay healthy orders, and inner city transit service reductions, are facing food insecurity. In 2019, the facility booked over 7,000 client appointments, including more than 2,200 for VA benefit assistance, 1,300 for mental health counseling, and nearly 1,000 for housing assistance. And we expect clients' appointments to reach about 8,500 this year. And then while the hub identified service area is Thurston County, the facility regularly attracts clients from the three surrounding counties, including communities up to 50 miles away. No veteran is ever turned away, and no veteran has ever been charged for services provided. And I've personally spoken to several veterans who, prior to coming to the Veterans Hub, had basically given up working for the help they have earned. That success is what the ecosystem is so important. The Veteran Services Hub is very lean operation. Other than service providers' own staff, the facility only has 1.5 employees, a full-time general manager and a half-time volunteer manager. And many of the core activities of the operation, from the reception desk to client registration to database entry, are provided by some of the most passionate and dedicated volunteers you will ever come across. This team of approximately 40 outstanding folks donated more than 4,500 service hours to the cause annually. And we absolutely could not keep the hub's doors open without them. Of course, significant financial commitments are critical. The city of Lacey contributes about $125,000 annually for operating costs. And then Thurston County covers the annual lease costs of $30,000. Incidentally, based on $150,000 in annual direct costs, our cost per client appointment is approximately $24.78. And we believe that's a very effective use of public resources. The Department of Veterans Affairs will contribute $500,000 for interior improvements to the space occupied for the Vet Center outstation. And the state of Washington will contribute $2 million for structural, energy, and ADA improvements to the overall facility. And later this afternoon, the City Council will hold a community development block grant public hearing to consider allocation up to another $500,000 in CDBG funds for interior improvements to expand the footprint. A schematic design for the improvements is nearly complete, and we hope to have it work underway by mid-summer. This project should be complete by the end of the year, but by the way, during this COVID-19 situation, the hub is considered an essential service. And while there have been reductions in services in personnel, we're still open and every day and operating during regular hours. To connect with and garner support of the local community stakeholders, the city also has sponsored a biannual Mayor's Gala that provides an opportunity to update stakeholders on the good work being accomplished at the Veterans Hub. And it also generates in excess of $30,000 that benefits direct client services. I'd like to close by sharing some of the lessons learned throughout this initiative. First of all, local governments are well positioned for taking on the role of a local intermediary to create connections needed for a stronger veterans ecosystem. Nonprofits, public agencies, and private enterprises possess skills and knowledge that enable a veteran ecosystem to succeed. And local government, in our case, has acted as an effective convener and a backbone organization. Creating a neutral space is essential for stakeholders to feel that they aren't competing. But you have to be willing to take risks. Innovations requires accepting that some initiatives may not succeed. So stay focused on the real problem, which is helping veterans. And like to add, and be willing to pitch in with activities you may not normally undertake. Like, for example, during the hub's first year of operations, city and service provider staff empty their own recycling and garbage containers. They vacuum their own workspaces. Now we have a janitorial service, but that initial level of participation did more than stretch resources during our startup phase. It also nurtured and demonstrated a culture of commitment to the greater good. So thank you again for your interest in Lacey's efforts. We encourage you to get in touch with us via any of the contact information provided here, and stop by for a visit next time you're in the Lacey area. And now it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Madigan Medical Center Army Commander Colonel Thomas Bunt. Colonel Bunt assumed command of the Madigan Army Medical Center on July 13th, 2018, and he hails from the state of Washington, earning his Bachelor of Science in Psychology cum laude from the University of Washington, and was a distinguished military graduate commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Army. This is Colonel Bunt's second tour of duty at Madigan, having been the chief of staff for the hospital. He also was the executive officer of Echo Company, 3rd Battalion, 3rd Brigade, 104th Infantry Division in Bothell, Washington. Colonel Bunt.
Hello, South Sound military community partners out there. My name is Colonel Thomas Bunt. I want to thank, first of all, Sarah Luna and Bill Adamson, and of course, Representative Heck, for allowing me to provide a video recording of what's been happening here at Madigan and kind of give you some updates. And I apologize, I can't do Zoom. It doesn't have enough securities, apparently. Where oftentimes we find that the securities are really only protected from ourselves, as many of you can probably relate to when it comes to come to IT security. But regardless, there are some elements here that I think would be important for you to know about, and I do have some questions on it. So hopefully these will answer some of them, and I will tell you at the end of this brief one-way dialogue that there is a way for you to ask some questions or to have some interaction and give us some feedback or ask some questions of something we didn't even cover here, and we'd be more than happy to return that to you with answers to your questions as best we can. First of all, I want to kind of emphasize, the environment we're in, so I would ask all of you in the audience to pull out your facial covering, right? And if anyone in the audience who's watching this film does not have one of these facial coverings with them, we need to correct that. We need to correct that, I'd say, I don't know, today. Right? Because if we're going to be compliant with non-pharmaceutical interventions and we're going to lead as a community, we got to demonstrate from the front. I would ask that we do that. So if you do see this, by the way, this is very good. So in case you never know who's watching, this is a very good quality one, homemade, right? That's all I'm going to say about that. And then, of course, the medical one, right? This is PPE. This should only be in the case for healthcare workers and those in contact typically with patients. right? And so you see mine's in a plastic Ziploc bag, and I carry actually one of each and in each pocket. And I've maintained this, and I've had this at least for several weeks, right? And so as long as it's not sold or what have you, I'm able to maintain this, but also leaves that additional inventory for those out there who really need it. And then the last thing I'm going to say about that is any sort of PPE donations, we refer those out. So all those donations that have been attempted to come to our facility, I feel better those going to FEMA so it could support all the states. And I would ask that you consider that option if people are presenting. If you are healthy on PPE, that would be a great way to go. There are some interesting things I want to hit on when it comes to working with federal institutions and requests for support. And as you can imagine, COVID-19 really raised some really interesting questions. And being a person who likes to get to yes, this has been one of the hardest things for me because it's lined with bureaucracies and challenges, as you can probably all imagine. And so we've had the calls, we've had people like, hey, can you help us with this? And federal and state institutions cannot collude on those levels a lot of times without DSCA authorization, which is defense support to civil authorities. And getting those permissions is very bureaucratic, very challenging, and time consuming. There was one case we were able to get around here where the Shoreline lab required some support from reagents. We went out through our channels, had emergency approval authority from our command and our health command, and we're able to do that in a very short notice and allow the state to continue testing through a full day. And I believe they were going to be shut down for a half day to a full day without these reagents. We didn't want to see that happen. We tried very hard, and they paid those reagents back within 24 to 48 hours. So those partnerships and relationships are fantastic, but that just goes to show you the gravity, what it took to get support to the state in several different ways. And one of the other ways was the Centrally Linked Field Hospital setup, which of course had Madigan personnel at it too. Most people don't realize that. That field hospital, or 627th element that was out there, that requires personnel to fill it, oftentimes for healthcare institutions from all over the country. And we had our complement there as well as the Corps here provided assets up there. And although it became more of a kind of like a setup training type of mission, they were there and they were practiced and able to support if called upon. And then, of course, lastly, I would kind of mention our testing capability. You know, that's the benefit of being a federal institution with a great depth of knowledge here and capability based on whether it's wartime service, whether it's fighting disease overseas. I have some staff here who used to work for me at other assignments who have experience in that specifically, and were able to do manual testing of COVID before anyone really could figure out what was happening with that. And of course, it still required approval of the CDC, which all of us in the medical community can appreciate and understand. But based on that, we were able to be certified as a site once that was lifted and the CDC was allowed us to provide our own positives, and we could roll right into it. And because of it, we're able to effectively support our community. We shared a lot with a lot of the facilities around here. I hear a lot from those elements, those COOs and the like, asking for what our processes are, what our systems are, sharing our ideas, sharing our screening operations outside our emergency room, that sort of thing. And I encourage that sort of relationship and behavior in the future as well as we go to these challenges. As we're your friends and neighbors, we live here too. So the public health relationship was also very important with this, and I don't want to skirt that one. That one is probably one of the key ones. The Department of Health for the State of Washington. Tika, you know who you are, and I'm assuming you're going to be watching or listening to this in some capacity. Her and her team there in the Department of Health have worked with us pretty much daily, sharing information, contact tracing, and positives within our communities. And JBLM being part of the Pierce County element for that was very important. Even though something happens on this installation, oftentimes they traverse outside this installation, in which case the contact tracing needs to work right in concert with those external agencies. And it did so incredibly seamlessly. And for that, I credit those agents in that process. Lieutenant Colonel Festel and Major Gordon were our primary here on the ground for making that happen, and other stalwart individuals involved in it. It's something I wanted to comment on. We do want to share the best practices with non-pharmaceutical interventions, as well as our Washington Advanced Planning Team modeling and things like that, which is why I hit on these high points here, because I think it's important to discuss that and make sure we're all in compliance and we're all demonstrating this as part of our personal and public responsibility in order to make sure we get to the left of this problem set. MHS Genesis, as you know, we're famous for MHS Genesis, if you will. That could be good or bad, depending on how you look at it. I'd say it's good. as we defeated the challenges with MHS Genesis, enabling the entire enterprise of roughly 400 odd facilities in order to roll that out in the future, post-COVID issues, obviously. And it also has some tools built in it with the coding and such for COVID-19 that enable us to track patients and track where they are in the system and continue to be in compliance with the requirements of reporting. And then we've been doing this on an ongoing basis. We've done some other needs assessments, and we figured out some gaps with this COVID, which many of you probably have experienced yourselves. And I would tell you that faced with pediatric immunizations was one of them, and how to establish an algorithm to make that happen for newborns. I have 150 newborns here on average a month. Even over this past weekend, I had about 13 new babies born. And we usually have a certain percentage of them that require specific NICU as well. And all these things have been incredible challenges for us here that we've had to work our way through. And we could share those lessons learned in a more smaller, concerted community, clinical community discussion at a later date if you like. We've also worked bed expansion operations here to basically changing over administrative areas to clinical areas within 24 hours. And realizing that operational space is very important to maintain in a lot of hospitals, specific of certain sizes, in order to address the need of a pandemic or an expansion, which we do have as part of our wartime mission in order to be able to enable us to take casualties from a theater of operation. But those were actually tested and practiced here and worked out exceedingly well. I'm very proud of the team for that. That would not have been possible if it wasn't for the support of the community. And when I say community for us, is I'm the market director now for the Puget Sound Enhanced Multi-Service Market. That happened around February. But I'll be honest with you, the relationships we made during the Defense Health Agency's move for MHS Genesis were really what defined success here. I've got Navy beds in this facility that we're basically borrowing. Staff will interchange here and there when they don't need them for a certain mission. And it has enabled us to perform our operations here at a magnificent level. But I also test airmen from as far away as Fairchild, Bremerton, and Oak Harbor for COVID and things like that. So there's a very mutually beneficial relationships, and it's been powerful, and it's been absolutely humbling as well at the same time. There's some great leaders out there. And then lastly, for surgeries, and I know it's a very popular topic in the state of Washington, talking quite a bit with the Washington State Hospital Association and Ms. Cassie Sauer in particular, in challenges with that and concerns with that and elective surgeries and things like that. And there are some surgeries, though, that are not elective but still need to get done. And that was our biggest obstacle. And how do you get after those in a COVID environment? And we've got researchers here that can put together what's called a COVID airway management isolation chamber. Probably going to end up patenting it. PCV pipe, plastic surroundings, things like that. Basically, it's a way to intubate patients, whether it's COVID or otherwise, of serious infectious types of diseases or illnesses and things like that, to protect the staff as well, developed by one of our own providers. And it's front page news currently today. But that's one of 9 research projects just for COVID happening here at Madigan, which tells you the powerful research arm of this community and the benefit of having a graduate medical education program, faculty, proctors, the whole kit. It's amazing, it's powerful. And it gives us an answer of yes when it comes to getting after some of these challenges specific to COVID, in my opinion, which we had never gotten there otherwise. The relationship with this community is paramount with me, as you probably figured out through my time here, as it potentially draws to a close here, as I'm coming up on my 2-year mark. But it's near and dear to my heart to make sure that we maintain these relationships and strive to be good neighbors and live here and work here in concert with you. So whether it's a pandemic, a train derailment, an accident, a mass trauma, you name it, Madigan's capacity remains strong, and it continues to become stronger every day through these partnerships and through our programs and through our great leaders here on the ground, making this happen basically for you. So we remain ready to do what we need to do. Because as we develop and get to our new normal, we got to make sure readiness is paramount in our minds. We need to get there, and we're establishing some of those rules and metrics right now in order to come up in concert with many elements in the community as well. We as a healthcare institution will take a lot of cues from other healthcare institutions because we transfer patients back and forth and have to work closely together. And we'll be in touch with you throughout this process to make sure we're colluding and communicating effectively and often. With that, I want to thank you for your attention. I apologize for this type of medium. I very much like to do this in person. I enjoy the interaction. I like to be able to share with you. I like to be able to hear your questions and thoughts and ways we can continue to improve our position here in this great state of Washington. And at the end of this video, you'll see contact information. You'll see our Facebook link. You'll see a phone number for our public affairs office. I highly encourage you to shoot a note, give a call, post something, like us, and take a look at the plethora of videos and information offerings out there on Madigan's website, and specific related to COVID. And you can copy those, you can borrow those, you can use any of that stuff that is helpful to you. And we truly enjoy the partnership, and thank you for your kind attention. Appreciate it. Have an outstanding day. Oh.
Wasn't that fascinating? I just, that was an amazing message from Colonel Bunt. We really appreciate that, all the work that he put into it, and all of the public affairs team. Thank you so very much. Really, really great message. And as a reminder, we will have follow-up from today's event. Everyone will get that same information and resources available. This is also recorded, and we'll be able to look at it on YouTube for the future as well. And so if there's anyone that maybe is not able to attend, certainly it can be a challenge for everyone to attend part or all of the day. You will be able to come back and reference this. So also coming up, now more than ever is a great time to be talking about our behavioral health. So I'm looking very forward to the next panel that will start at 11:10. So enjoy a break, and we'll see you back at 11:10.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Military and Civilian Services Summit, providing military-affiliated community providers with the information and resources to succeed. So my name is Sean Dennerlein. I am the Veterans Programs Manager for Pierce County, and it is my honor to introduce our panel on behavioral health, value of life, and suicide prevention services for active duty, reserve guard, veterans, and dependents. As a prior service Army captain, I am really proud of the work that's being done at JBLM. I was a part of the Value of Life program and team serving with First Corps right before getting out about a year ago. So it is really exciting to have the opportunity to talk to these different providers and hear from them here. So, to start us off, I'm going to introduce our panel. When I introduce you, if you could chime in and give yourself a brief introduction to the group, tell everybody who you are. So first and foremost, I would like to welcome Lieutenant Colonel and Dr. Kevin Goke. Colonel Goke, are you with us?
All right. Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Goke. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner and currently the Chief of Behavioral Health at Madigan Army Medical Center. I've been doing this business practice for about almost 20 years, 19 plus years. So we'll definitely talk today specifically about Madigan resources and the care we provide to the entire JBLM and the Puget Sound footprint.
Thank you so much, Colonel Goke. And next we have Nicole from the Cohen Veterans Network. Nicole Ayers, are you with us?
There you are. Hi, I am Nicole Ayers. I'm the clinic director of the Stephen A. Cohen Military Family Clinic at Valley Cities, located in Lakewood, Washington. We're a nonprofit that provides behavioral health service to post 9/11 veterans and their families.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And finally, from the VA, we have Dr. Larry Pruitt. Dr. Pruitt, are you here? Can you introduce yourself?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I think we got you.
Excellent. Good morning, everybody. My name is Larry Pruitt. I'm a clinical psychologist by training. I am currently honored to be serving as our Director of Suicide Prevention at VA Puget Sound. That includes both the Seattle division, but also the American Lake VA Hospital. And we have a wonderful team of suicide prevention coordinators that are really focused on serving our highest risk veterans in our community.
Thanks so much, Dr. Pruitt. So we're just going to go through each of you, and I'm going to ask a few questions and have you go over how you operate and what services you're currently working on for our community and everything. The first question we have, and I can reiterate, but we'll start with you, Colonel Goke. How does your organization support the military community? Could you tell us about what you all do for the military community?
Yes, definitely. We support the military community definitely through direct behavioral health care first and foremost. There's 3 different levels of basic care that we do provide, and a fourth one that we sort of consult on. The 3 levels of care, we obviously have an inpatient facility located at Madigan, and we are the resource center for VA patients and all service members across the entire Puget Sound, from Bremerton Naval to Kitsap to Everett, across the entire Puget Sound. So that's the highest level of care. We do have an intermediate level of care, which is intensive outpatient programs. Those are specifically geared toward the active duty population. And then our third level of care is a myriad of outpatient services. We provide everything from standard outpatient therapy to medication management to neuropsychological evaluations to family advocacy to include domestic violence and child abuse. So a definite wide range of services. Everything that we do, first and foremost, we offer to the active duty population, and then there's secondary space A. We do have a child and family clinic that does take care of our dependents and our spouses and children of military service members. So it's quite a wide range. I will say this has been an interesting and challenging time during COVID. One thing I will push to everybody in the audience here is our services are still available and open. That term open is very different now because probably 97% of my care is performed virtually. It's very interesting. I'm sitting here in uniform in my own home today. And so, just 2 days ago, I was performing patient care from here in my home because of the social distancing norm that we've got going on right now. So those things are definitely in place. The one caveat to our overall production, our intensive outpatient programs, which are group format. The group format treatment methods right now are kind of on hold just because of social distancing. We are about to engage in something very soon, rolling into a brand new world when we went into this COVID state that we told ourselves, hey, group therapy we can't do it and be socially distanced in the same time, and they don't coexist. We've now reconsidered that, and probably in the next week or two, we'll actually be starting some rollouts as far as a new way forward of how to do that virtual group care. So it's interesting. It's given us, everybody can go, oh my God, I can't do my job. Well, you can't do your job in the old model. So this has definitely led to hopefully some improvements in our care processes. The virtual state that we're currently in, my boss told me just a few weeks ago, it's not a matter of if we're going to continue to do some of this, it's how much of it we're going to continue to do. So this is going to be a definite new era for healthcare delivery across our platform. But it's definitely a massive machine that I've got on my team that does a lot of care for a lot of folks. And then we definitely partner with all the community resources, the VA, definitely the Cohen Clinic. They're the overflow for my folks. I know I keep them gainfully employed. So
Absolutely.
definitely a lot of collaboration. The last thing I will say, I said there's a fourth piece to the services we provide. We definitely collaborate with our Garrison counterpart here at Joint Base Lewis McChord on a lot of suicide prevention efforts. One thing I will tell you, and this is, I'll push out to the community, is the Madigan Facebook page produces a lot of good resources, great resources, not because I'm behind a lot of that, I am, but that's beside the point. There's a lot of good, every week there's a wellness tip sheet, how to keep your sleep in the right place, and we're pushing a lot of those things. Additionally, my hospital commander does a sort of town hall, sort of fireside chat, sort of video session with folks to push. If folks are wanting to know about things, they can go back through the last 2 or 3 weeks on the Madigan Facebook page and find a lot of videos related to a lot of the ongoing things that are going on with Madigan, everything from visitation policy to I've got one on there about provider burnout. I've got one on there about sleep and self-care, those sorts of things. Those are highly important. So, I know JBLM Garrison was on here earlier. We've been partnering with them. There's the JBLM Facebook town hall events that are going on. There's a lot of messaging going on. Please tap into that. We're pushing through those resources as well, but there's a lot of prevention services going on in that method. So I would love to highlight those things. People can go to, the JBLM Facebook page is an open access. The Madigan the Madigan Facebook page is open access. All that stuff is publicly consumable information. So there's nothing hidden on there or protected. So that stuff's all fair game. This is not about ownership. It's about pushing the right resources out there to those individuals. It's been a great time for me because I've been able to really sort of push the prevention side of things. We expect post-COVID state, that domestic violence and substance abuse rates are going to be higher. I think they're already higher. We just haven't seen them yet. We have seen an uptick in substance abuse already going on, and that's something we're trying to stay ahead of as well.
Thanks so much, Colonel Goke. So kind of sticking on the topic, because you touched on it, so I want to just reiterate for the providers that are here. What is the best means for them? You mentioned Facebook, to learn about your organization and what they do, and then also get people connected to that as well. So whether or not the providers are the bridge or getting people directly connected, is Facebook, or what can providers do, and what are they do you have any recommendations as they interact with people that may be going through behavioral health circumstances that they've never encountered before?
Definitely, there's a lot of things out there. The Madigan website proper, not Facebook page, but the Madigan website has all the clinic contact numbers, so that's probably a great place to start. That's for the active duty side of things. For the dependents, the spouses, the children, definitely refer them back to their primary care managers. Those are referral-based resources. And if they're going to have to go to some place like the Cohen Clinic, that's absolutely huge. And that has to go back through their primary care manager to put the referral in the system to get them out there. Now, I know the Cohen Clinic, and I'm not going to speak for them, will help facilitate that if necessary, but multiple ways. If they're trying to figure out how to connect somebody, I would definitely refer to them to the Madigan publicly available website.
Great, thanks so much. So I'm going to go ahead and move over to Nicole, if you're with us. So, Colonel Goke talked a lot about Cohen and what you all do and how he's plugged in with you all. Could you give us an overview of what you guys are doing for those who may not be familiar, and how you're operating in this space, both with the military and veteran community here in the Puget Sound area?
Absolutely. So I'll kind of, with Colonel Goke, I'll talk about kind of our overall model of care and then how we're actually serving people now related to COVID. So we are an outpatient behavioral health facility. We provide really targeted evidence-based treatment to a broad spectrum of individuals. So post 9/11 veterans, regardless of service or discharge status. We serve active duty families. So we work really closely with Colonel Goke and his team over at Madigan to work with the families that of active duty service members that need to be seen in the community. We serve National Guard, reservists, their families. Really, for us, it's family is defined by that veteran. So it could be a veteran of 1 day of service and a family member that's kind of non-traditional for other systems. So we'll serve aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, cousins, whoever that veteran identifier or the active duty service member identifies as family, we're going to provide them support. We provide individual, couples, family, children, one-on-one direct service. So we provide therapy services. We also have case management. So if there is an identified need, if a client needs help getting connected to food resources, managing insurance, getting connected to their primary care provider if they needed, we have a case manager that will provide that support as well. We don't currently have any groups running. This is the platform that we actually currently are offering all of our services on. So welcome to what a therapy session looks like currently, outside of having so many people on the call. We operate via Zoom, so we are still providing services. 100% of our services are currently being provided via telehealth. So we've scaled our operations last month, about a month ago now, to be able to provide all of our services virtually. Our physical footprint is open, but we are essentially just serving emergency situations physically in clinic, respecting social distancing. People are still able to access care by just calling into our clinic. Somebody's going to answer the phone, and that's available to them. We do collaborate with getting people connected to the primary care and doing that referral, whether it's through Madigan, VA, or through other health insurance companies. For us, we don't ever want the ability to pay to be a barrier to care. So there's support available for that. Really, we want to try to make it as accessible as humanly possible. We're offering a ton of virtual activities now. So our staff is filming, everything from groups to art projects to family entertainment, ideas and activities, and that's all posted currently on our social media on Facebook. So it's Cohen Clinic Valley Cities. You'll see things on Twitter as well. So Cohen Clinic VC is another way to get connected with us, or just call the clinic.
So that's a great transition, Nicole, into, could you tell the providers not only what getting individuals referred to you guys would be like right now, the best method of that, and how they could learn more about your organization, but like also outside of COVID, what's the typical process for learning more? What it was operations like prior to this circumstances? Where did you take walk-ins? How did people learn more about what you guys do?
Yeah, we take walk-ins. Currently, a lot of the intake process is very similar because we were set up to do telehealth from opening our doors. So to access services, all we need is the person to physically call. Just call. They can call. They can walk in. Pre-COVID, we have an email. So cohenclinic@valleycities.org is also a way to get access to services. Sending that request through our Facebook page, somebody will respond to that. People will respond to our website to be able to get access to services. For providers, we also have an outreach manager, and his sole purpose is to be a resource to the community. So if there is questions about the services we offer, how to access care, if you want printed materials about the clinic that you can have in your space to refer individuals, myself and our outreach manager, whose name is Ron, that's our role as we go out. And right now it's a lot of Zoom meetings and phone calls related to COVID, but we're still available to drop off resources and support your organizations any way that we need.
Thanks so much, Nicole. And I think Sarah, in the rolling slides with the resources, I think she's got information pertaining to Cohen and stuff. So thank you so much. Stick around. We'll come back to you. And I want to move on to Dr. Pruitt. Dr. Pruitt, just basically the same questions. Can you talk to us about what the VA is currently doing to support the military community? And then, if you want to go right into how do we get people connected right now to you all, especially pertaining to behavioral health, and especially given the circumstances around Cohen. I know a lot of our veterans are used to just arriving on American Lake or Puget Sound campus, and that's just not necessarily the best option. And we also know that a lot of our older veterans, aren't necessarily as well connected to virtually and everything. Can you talk to us about what can we do as providers for these veterans and help get them connected to you all and your resources?
Yeah, I want to start by echoing something Colonel Goch said, which is this is a tremendous time of transition as a healthcare facility, and some of that is going to result in permanent changes that really advance the way we practice behavioral health. And so in some ways, the silver lining to all of this is that there are a lot of really positive changes happening, and we'll see sort of how that translates as time goes on. One of the nice things about being in this area is that our VA system here is huge. We have 2 VA medical centers. We have 7 outpatient clinics ranging from Mount Vernon all the way down to Chehalis, including the peninsula. So we have a very large footprint, and we serve a very large number of veterans. And so we kind of take the handoff from the military folks, and we take the baton and work with our veterans to make sure that those needs that they have are met as they continue to transition, whether it's out of uniform into a civilian status, or as they continue to serve in the Guard or reserves, or whatever that might look like for an individual. And so my program specifically is focused on suicide prevention. And one of the things that's really nice is that we were already working virtually before this, meaning that we connect with our veterans largely over the phone or via other methods, because our services aren't dependent on somebody being enrolled in the VA or connected with a provider. We really serve a crisis-related function. And so the biggest resource and one that has continued uninterrupted because of COVID is the Veterans Crisis Line. And the Veterans Crisis Line is a 24/7 resource for any veteran, regardless of eligibility, regardless of military service status, that partners with the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, but has responders that are specifically trained in veterans issues, ready to respond. And the response time when somebody calls is down to like 8 seconds. So it's immediate service. And within the 24 hours following that call, they'll connect that caller back to one of the suicide prevention coordinators at VA Puget Sound. So by, a call that comes in overnight, by noon the next day, they'll have spoken with somebody in their local area who can connect them to the resources that they need. Now, the resources that are available beyond that have certainly changed as a result of COVID. But because we have such a large facility and large footprint, we really have a broad range of services that continue to be available, from outpatient mental health to inpatient psychiatric hospitalization to substance abuse focused programs, PTSD or post-traumatic stress focused programs, really the broad range. And our mental health providers are embedded across both our own mental health service, but also in the medical clinics as well. So whether it's our spinal cord injury unit or our primary care, there's always that access to a mental health provider. Now, as you've heard with both Nicole and Colonel Goke, a lot of those services have moved to virtual. So you might be talking with a provider over Zoom or VA's Video Connect service using telehealth to do that. And we have done a really rapid and I think wonderful job transitioning our providers to being accustomed to doing that. A lot of our veterans, it's already familiar, right? They do FaceTime, they're talking with their family, they're more experienced with that than some of our providers. So it's really about getting both sides comfortable. But when we do that, we're finding that we're still able to connect with our veterans and continue those services. Even, in response to Colonel Goke's comment about groups, you're right, it's a big challenge. And it's one that we sort of moved out with early to try and see if we could translate some of our groups to a virtual setting and have been sort of tackling some of the challenges that have come up with that. But we continue to offer services. During this time, the best way to present for care, as you mentioned, typically you might just show up, or you might call the VA and ask to come in or do a walk-in visit at one of our walk-in same-day access clinics. Right now, there's just an extra step added to that. So really, it's making a phone call first. It's calling those clinics saying, hey, here's the situation. Here's what I feel like I need. Can I come in, or can I connect with the provider? And they're going to work with you to determine what the best route for that is, whether it's triaging you over the phone, getting you in contact with the provider virtually, or whether you need to come in. And again, we have in-person staff still available if needed, especially for emergencies. Our emergency room is certainly open, as well as our medical units. As I mentioned, the crisis line is also a resource. So if you are at a loss to find any other numbers, the one you should always have, and I would encourage folks in the audience to put this in your phone right now if you can, but it's the Veterans Crisis Line, which is 1-800-273-8255. And you can always call that and say, hey, I'm trying to connect to my VA for X, Y, or Z reasons. Can you help me? And they will certainly take that step and connect you with somebody who will be able to facilitate what that next step looks like and what it should be for you.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Pruitt, while we still have you, so we'll go back in reverse order. So what is one piece of information you wish everybody would know about your organization?
Yeah. It hasn't been kind of well publicized, or as publicized as I would like, but VA, prior to all of the COVID stuff happening, has really taken a dedicated stance to suicide prevention and said that suicide prevention is their #1 clinical priority. And there's been a lot of work and a lot of effort done to make sure that every VA facility has a dedicated team to address the needs of those veterans in crisis. And certainly here at Puget Sound, we have one of the largest in the country that are specifically trained and dedicated to addressing veterans in crisis. And so the one piece I wish everyone would have is just to walk away with that Veterans Crisis Line number handy and readily accessible for the veterans or military service members that they serve, because we can also connect folks back to military behavioral health as well. And again, that number is 1-800-273-8255. And then they're just going to press 1 to reach a veteran responder. That's going to be sort of the easiest, simplest, and most direct way to route folks to that emergency sort of connection with the VA. If there's a need to engage emergency medical services or an emergency response, they can do that there. And as I mentioned before, they can triage folks back to the local VA to ensure that there is a soon regularly occurring follow-up that happens.
Great, thanks so much, Dr. Pruitt. Nicole, same question. One thing that you wish people would know about Cohen Network.
Yeah, first I just want to echo that Dr. Pruitt's team is phenomenal. And so we've actually worked pretty closely with them. And so just a huge shout out to them that it's a wonderful team, of providers, and they're awesome to work with. So it's great work that they're doing over there. I think the one thing about our team in our clinic that I'd want everybody to know is that one of the primary parts of our mission is that we want to have low to no barriers to care. We know that people face enough barriers trying to access care, even just internally having to get the strength to just say, hey, I need help. And so we have a number of ways that we do that. And if you think it's a barrier, call us and let us know, and we will figure out a way of helping get you access to care. I think the other piece that's important is that our team is really passionate about what we do. In one way or another, 90% of my team is connected to the service. I'm a spouse of an active duty service member currently stationed at JBLM. We have a number of therapists on our team that are veterans themselves from the various branches. And so we're invested in this mission. For us, we're serving our family in our community. And so we get it. And I think that's a unique dynamic that we have on our team that I really want to share and hope that people understand. Military cultural competency is so important to us, and we want to make sure that that's translated. And it's not always translated well outside of installations and outside of the VA, where people feel like they're understood. And for us, the easiest way, if you have somebody that needs support or you need support yourself, is to just call us, and that's 253-215-7070. Our phones are answered 24 hours a day, either by clinic staff or a wonderful peer-based program called Vets for Warriors that answers our phones and sends us a report of what people are needing overnight so that our team can follow up as soon as they get in.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And you are absolutely right, and we appreciate so much what you guys are doing with those wraparound services, especially for having such significantly low barriers for veterans, which is huge, because we see in our community so often that veterans don't necessarily fit the mold that earn them those services, whether they have an OTH or a bunch of different mitigating factors. It's really nice to have you all here as an asset that we can get individuals connected to those behavioral health services. And so I really appreciate what you do and keep up the work. Colonel Goke, same question. One thing you would like people to know about your organization?
Well, I'm going to sort of lean on what the previous two said a little bit, in the fact that suicide prevention to us has a very negative connotation. Suicide is got all kinds of negative barriers that go with it. Oh, I shouldn't say anything, and it's better that I just hurt myself than say something. So on JBLM, we've changed the sort of mantra to value of life. It's about what is my purpose for living through no matter what's going on. And that's something we've been trying to message across the JBLM community and across the military as well, is even during this strange and unusual time, what is the new normal? We don't know, but social distance is not social isolation. And how do you find those things to keep driving forward? How do you still stay socially connected in a physically distanced environment? And so that's a big thing. And what are my motivations for going forward? And that's huge. The other thing that is extremely important is if there are barriers, say something. I tell my military commanders, if you don't like something that's going on, complain. And I don't take that as a derogatory thing. If there are barriers, say something. More times than not, it's actually a communication barrier, not an actual care barrier, that folks go, whoa, wait a second. Oh, that's not what I thought you meant. And I'm willing to take feedback from anybody. But at the same time, if there's a civilian provider that's on this call and they're trying to get them back into treatment on JBLM and you're struggling with it, there are a lot of people and we're all interconnected, and reach out through who you know to get them back to us. There's, I get a lot of weird one-offs in how they get back to my care, and I appreciate those. There's this social connection, the social web of connection that we have that we need to continue to lean on to make sure these individuals get care. and it's important no matter what's going on, that they got to keep moving forward, especially on the military side of things, because there's a mission that always exists for those dependents, retirees, the children. They're there to support the bigger mission of whatever else is going on, and they need to find that, and that's the value of life, and they need to find what that is, and we need to definitely promote those things. And by eliminating barriers, those folks that are struggling, we can get them in and get them taken care of.
That's such a great and powerful message, Colonel Goke. And while I have you, I think, you know, our audience here, we have a bunch of different veterans and military service providers. And, you know, we may be dealing with individuals that run a small nonprofit who may, you know, encounter veterans and service members and spouses. You know, I've got a team at the county of case managers who are meeting with veterans constantly. And, you know, as we go into this uncharted territory of the, you know, social isolation and all those things, do you have any advice to these providers who, you know, the military culture is one that's not necessarily open. And I know when we're talking about value of life and a lot of those programs, like you said, it's all about that communication and trying to break down those barriers and trying to get to the root of what's actually going on. I remember distinctly just a couple years ago, we were running a survey at First Corps where we saw financial issues being a massive topic and a massive driver for you know, suicidal ideation at JBLM. And, you know, as a lot of individuals, we just saw the unemployment insurance numbers for 4 million more this week. A lot of individuals are facing those financial barriers right now. I'm thinking of spouses and stuff and families at JBLM who, you know, may have been reliant on that second income to make ends meet, and that may not be there. For those leaders in our community and at the base, do you have any advice for them for tells and how to, you know, just take care of their soldiers, take care of their personnel during this time, and be cognizant of things?
Definitely a lot of those non-clinical resources. I know Colonel Duncan was on here earlier. They're available through his organization. You can go to the JBLM Facebook page and it links you back to the JBLM Garrison resources. If you Google search JBLM, you'll find that will take you to the JBLM website, and there's actually a big COVID link. And one of the things specifically that's gone on and kind of addresses one of the things you're talking about on the financial side of things, there's links to, especially for those families that say the spouse has lost their job during this time frame, or they may not have lost their job, they're just not working, so they're making no money at this point in time. They're just told stay at home and they're not getting paid. The Army Emergency Relief Fund has opened its sort of coffers to more specific to COVID related issues that are going on. So there's some increased sort of flexibility to that program. A lot of those things, you know, whatever they happen to be as far as, you know, spousal support, new parent support, any of that sort of stuff, there's a lot of prevention efforts. They can tie into a lot of resources on what we call the prevention side of things. Before it becomes a clinical in nature, they can reach out, and there's a ton of resources on those sorts of things. There's a lot of information out there on housing from Colonel Duncan's website. So there's a bunch of information. And frankly, if you don't know what's going on right now, when you go to the JBLM website, there's a big COVID button on it, and it will tell you what services are available by phone only or what services are physically open. So there's a lot of resources out there on the JBLM website, no questions asked. And I think JBLM as a whole has been extremely transparent, and probably more so transparent during this COVID time about what services are available. One of the things that's going to be really interesting, and kind of, I know Dr. Pruitt had said this, is I'm a big person that loves to reframe a bad situation, that during this time, commands and unit leaders have looked and said, hey, this kind of stinks. I don't like the way I interact with my soldier. This is not the right way of doing it. Well, I want to interact with these individuals face to face. Highlight those things when we return to whatever that new sense of normal is, that now you know why that's important and you need to stay connected on those things. So there's a lot of resources out there. We find that with all the resources out there, a lot of times people don't know what they are. There's no need for me to create new resources. There's a lot of them out there, and I think that's a big piece. Is it's just finding the right connect. And if you don't have a connection to JBLM or to Madigan, based on whatever your organization's needs are, find one, because we're all interlinked, and it's just a matter of, you know, reaching out to one person, and there's a very tight network that you can get the stuff you need within, you know, 1 or 2 person contact, and get the things that you need for whoever it is.
Thank you so much, Colonel Groke. And I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head when you talked about people don't know what resources are out there. And what we're seeing, what my team are seeing, are a lot of veterans, at least, who were never in the situation where they needed financial aid, never in the situation, these are hardworking individuals. They were never in the situation where they necessarily were faced with some of these behavioral health struggles. And right now, they may be home alone or maybe going through financial hardship, and it's their first time. And so I really do appreciate the efforts JBLM, your team, and all of you have put into trying to get the information out there, and even just taking the time to do these calls, because there are a lot of folks that have no idea where to even begin. And so I think I want to come back to the veteran side. And Nicole, a lot of those veterans who typically are not, they may not be VA eligible, or they may not think of themselves as a veteran. We have a lot of folks who never saw combat and don't consider themselves veterans. How do you have any recommendations for providers for how to connect them to you all? And you brought up all the different ways that Cohen serves them and the outreach and everything. Do you have any advice in this particular time for what we can, see in veterans who may be suitable for coming to Cohen and really needing it right now?
Yeah. I think some of the easy access points are we're promoting tons of resources that we have available on our Facebook. So even if somebody isn't feeling like they're ready for individual therapy, there's lots of activities that people can engage in to get familiar. I think it's also, one of the points that we've seen with people who have been apprehensive about entering services or have discounted their service in some way, is that we have a team that gets it. We have a team that speaks the language. And so the comfort is built pretty quickly because you have a team that speaks the same language as you. And that feels a little more comfortable in that way. We actually early on realized we had to change how we ask questions, because we found that female veterans often didn't identify themselves as a veteran first. They identified themselves as a spouse, and we would learn through conversation like, hey, you're a veteran. And that's important. And so just changing how we ask the questions, even just asking the question to individuals, of what it is that they need, and then just call. And if they won't call themselves, you can sit with them, hop on a Zoom call and call with them. I think the other barrier often that people have for both providers and clients is this idea of receiving services on a platform like this. And a piece of information that we've learned really quickly after doing this a month is that we've actually seen a decrease in no-shows doing things on telehealth. So we haven't seen less people showing up for services. We've seen more people showing up for services. Partially, we have a captive audience. We're all home, and we're finding that we need the support, but we find that more people are willing to do their services via this platform. We haven't seen in my clinic and across our network of clinics a drop of services provided. So people are willing. It just may be a little uncomfortable and troubleshooting around using a new platform and a new way of practicing, but this isn't going away. This is going to be part of what mental health care looks like moving forward. It may not be 100% of what mental health care looks like, but it's not going anywhere.
That was great. Thank you so much. And I think you are absolutely right when you talk about, you guys speak the language, and from every veteran I've spoken with that have come to you, they exemplify that so much, because it really is a different language. And when we're talking about doing case management and, getting out there and trying to do outreach and everything, veterans and service members and spouses really do open up to those of this who can understand them more fully and speak that language. So I think it really does make a difference, and I appreciate how much effort you guys put into forming your team and making sure that these are people that really get it. So kind of following up with everything they said, Dr. Pruitt, to close us out, you had mentioned earlier that the VA has some great takeaways from this, that you're learning a lot and adapting things to actually make things better. Can you give us, like, I know we're just starting these circumstances and everything, but like a midway AAR of things that you're learning that from the VA side of things and behavioral health, reforms you may be, doing after this, and also just like some of the hard lessons learned that, we weren't necessarily prepared for, but we can be from here on.
Absolutely. And before I get to that, I wanted to point out something that hopefully the audience is noticing as well, which is between Colonel Goke and Nicole and myself, we're saying a lot of the same things, which are our priorities are really in line, right? We're really focused on access to care. We're really focused on no one falling through the cracks. We're focused on understanding sort of the cultural aspects of the communities that we serve. And this isn't the first conversation that we've all had together, because we understand, and I think we value sort of the network piece of providing behavioral health to a community, and that we all have to work together and really have a no wrong door policy, that a service member or veteran can reach out for resources or help in any direction, certainly with anybody on this call. And we can trust that they're going to get routed to the right place because we've all sort of had this ongoing dialogue around this. And that's such an important thing. And that's such I think, a strong part of our community here. To go back to your question, Sean, about sort of what's going to be adopted and what's going to kind of be kept long term, I think time will tell. We don't have a good answer for that yet, but what I know is that across the country, folks are being creative in how they provide behavioral health services. They're being creative in terms of how they are doing outreaches to their community, to think through ways that maybe before weren't the easiest or the most obvious way, but now, given the sort of the limitations in place, they become sort of options on the table, whether that's through internet resources or using Zoom as a platform, whatever it might be. There's a lot of creativity happening around how do we continue to provide that access to care and those services that our veterans and our service members have earned. And so I think really what's going to happen is sort of a broadening of options for folks that before they may have had specific lanes that were sort of the correct route to get care, and now there's going to be more options on the table, and hopefully that translates into serving more individuals.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Dr. Pruitt, and that's so great. And I look forward to what all of this looks like after the fact. What reforms we in place, and how this all shapes who we are and how we serve our community. We have just a couple minutes left, and I think somebody online asked a pretty good question here. About childcare and counseling for some of those military, service members' families or veterans' families who may have been receiving those through the school networks and through all of that. Colonel Goke, do you have any insight into, like, at the base, JBLM, what services may be happening for families and for the youth who, prior to this, their social safety net was those schools, and those schools are no longer operating in person? And, to mention the fact that the home is not a safe place for everyone. It was brought up earlier that we may see a spike in domestic violence and those types of things. And that's a very real challenge that we're facing now. Do you have any insight into what services may be available to families and kids going through this situation?
Well, prior to all of this, I had some of my providers embedded into the on-post schools. So we were providing some of that care through our Clover Park School District schools that are physically on JBLM. Those individuals are back in, I'll say, in a telehealth or telework environment, and they're still providing those care services. So they can still engage, say they have a non-offending parent, but there's something going on with the child. Those those parents can still engage the schools, and those resources still can be engaged, so that there is no questions about that. On another note, as you know, as we're starting to hit sort of where we're at, we're thinking we're going to start returning to a new sense of normal. Some of those recreational positive activities that are needed, the installation is looking very closely at. How quickly can they bring some of those back online? And that's a key thing. What things can we socially distance and bring online as soon as possible for those natural outlets that exist? And I think that even the governor of Washington, Governor Inslee, is starting to look at those sort of things, because they will want those natural outlets back. And those are some of the first things that need to come back online as the stay-at-home orders get modified. They're not going to be lifted, they're going to be modified. And that's one thing I don't think people completely realize. And there are a lot of those resources out there. It's just a different mode of getting it done. So, and I think that's a big thing. One other thing I wanted to quickly touch on before we get off, and I'll fuss at Larry here for a quick second. He forgot to mention it. The VA created a wonderful new app. It's just hit the streets. It's called COVID Coach. All kinds of bells and whistles of fun activities, recommendations, it links you to 5,000 different websites, but it's called COVID Coach. It was a build by the VA. A lot of the VA and DoD do a lot of these app builds collaboratively, and it just hit the street within the last, I want to say, few days. So it's out there. I do know the one challenge to it is it's Apple based, so folks that have Android phones don't have access to it, but it's out there. It's the reason I haven't played with it. I don't have Apple products, but it's out there. It's an additional resource to use. And there's a ton of stuff additionally that we've been trying to push for activities going back to the children as well. There's a lot of positive sort of social, organizations that are pushing things to do at home, activities for kids to do, to be preoccupied so they're not irritating the snot out of their parents, and Fender providing free guitar lessons. And there's a myriad of stuff that's out there that's just publicly available, and a lot of resources out there for those individuals to stay gainfully engaged in that's a huge important thing for their kids as well as adults.
Thank you so much, Colonel Goke. We're over time, but Dr. Pruitt, do you want to respond to the criticism from Dr. Goke for you not bringing up the app yet?
No, thank you for bringing it up. There are a number of not just for COVID, but VA and, as you mentioned, partnering with DoD, have developed a whole host of apps to assist with behavioral health care and access to behavioral health care. And some others that are beneficial during this time may be things like Virtual Hope Box, which takes a standard in-person intervention that we do so often with individuals in periods of crisis, and puts it on your phone so that you always have it with you, and it pulls from your photos and music and gives you distraction when needed. So they're out there. Those tools are available. It's just, again, finding the right ones for your situation and for your device. And so, Colonel Goke mentioned it's only available on Apple systems right now. Typically, they'll be developed cross-platform and be available on both, relatively soon.
Okay, so that's all the time we had. I thank you so much, Nicole, Dr. Pruitt, Colonel Goke, for joining us here. And everybody listening, if you need any contact information, there was a lot shared. The rolling resources are going to keep going on throughout this presentation. So we're going to break for lunch and regroup at 1:15 for some excellent presentations, not just because I'm one of the presenters, but for this afternoon. But if you need any of the information that was shared by any of these wonderful experts, it should be rolling throughout the lunch period. So thank you all, Nicole, Dr. Pruitt, Colonel Goke, for coming, and I look forward to continuing our efforts in behavioral health.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
the button. Okay. There you are. You seeing me good? Okay. Okay, sounds great. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, looks like we're back on. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Military and Civilian Services Summit. For those of you just joining us, my name is Sean Dennerlein. I am Pierce County's Veterans Programs Manager, and I'm excited to be here today on behalf of South Sound Military Community Partnership and Sarah for their good work. For those of you just joining, so because of the quick nature of this program throughout the day, we're not going to be doing any live Q&As all afternoon, but we encourage you to continue to send us your questions, and we'll have our team of experts try to get back to you as soon as possible on those answers. So if that's it for housekeeping, I'm going to go ahead and begin my presentation this afternoon. So we're going to be talking today on veterans housing in Pierce County. And in particular, I'm going to be talking to you about veterans homelessness and our efforts towards veterans homelessness. So I am going to, forgive me, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to do my presentation. Here we go. Okay. And okay, looks like it's up and running. So this is to give you guys context behind this presentation. So back this summer in September, the Pierce County Council in coalition with the Pierce County Executive formed a task force of our regional and state and federal experts on veterans homelessness to do an assessment of the needs in our community pertaining to veterans housing and homelessness, not particularly just for the homeless, but also towards the broader veterans community. As some of you may be aware that Pierce County is on track to have the largest veterans population in the state by the end of the year, according to the Census Bureau. Right now, we have roughly 95,000 veterans residing here in Pierce County. And for those of you who aren't aware, JVLM is our biggest employer. So while other counties' primary veterans population are, older Vietnam era veterans, our primary population of veterans are Gulf era. And so while many other counties across the entire country are seeing a decrease in their veterans population, Pierce County's is actually very stable because we have a veterans producing machine through JVLM. So as we have seen our veterans population become a bigger part of our county, with about 12% of our population being veterans, those numbers and figures are also reflected in our homeless population and our low income population. And that adversely affects how many veterans are struggling with affordable housing and the like. For those of you who are, providers, you're also probably aware that many veterans are on a fixed income. And when we are dealing with a housing vacancy rate like we have here in Pierce County, which is on some scales below 2%, that's going to push out people that are on fixed incomes, those who may be living off of their, military retirement pension or their, VA benefits are going to be the first to not, have stable housing here because housing rates and rent rates, as we've seen, have gone up. So we formed this task force within the county to include the VA, members from the housing authorities, and the state to try to determine, okay, what's going on and what do we need to do to reach the benchmark of ending veterans homelessness in Pierce County. The executive kind of gave you a little glimpse into what that may look like with the opening of a Veterans Resource Center that we're modeling largely off of the great work down in Thurston County with Lacey's Veterans Hub. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. So this is just a quick overview of what we're going to be going over in this quick presentation. And I'm going to start off with something very unique, and it's the first of its kind. And that's our system map. So, well, actually, let me give you a broad overview of what it takes to get to functional zero. And so on the left here, you can see that this is what that bar, the red bar, is what it takes to get to functional zero. And we see that we need a bunch of this is where our programs are performing right now. And we're doing pretty well in Pierce County of maintaining housing for veterans. but we're not quite there. We're not at the red bar in the threshold. So the team did a data assessment. We collected up troves of data and tried to present what that will look like to get us the rest of the way. And you'll see there are slight increases in each of these, but a big piece of that is affordable housing. Trying to catch vet and prevention, to be fair, trying to catch veterans on the front end rather than when they're already entering into homelessness. So to better understand what that looks like, we got together and we pulled the data, we pulled all these experts, and we looked at resources that are available here in Pierce County, and we created a first of its kind system map. This is unique to Pierce County. It's the first of its kind. And basically it showcases how the life of a veteran who's struggling or experiencing homelessness in Pierce County. And this is, it looks like a lot, it's overwhelming, but this is our data map. And you could see we'll share this presentation with you, and it's available on the Pierce County website. You can see by the numbers in the year 2019 where homeless veterans were. And I'm going to go over this more briefly as we go through, but to summarize, it's a very complex system to getting a homeless veteran house. From the point at which we see a veteran, we know that they are struggling with homelessness, to where we try to keep them from becoming homeless. And if they do become homeless, how then do we resolve that as a short, limited experience and get them housed right away, solving those underlying issues with wraparound services that may be pertaining to behavioral health issues, or some of the barriers, like we mentioned earlier, with fixed income that may be causing unstable housing for them. So as you can see here, it is a very, very complex, intricate web, and this is interactive. So when you look at it online, you could click through things and see where the numbers lie and what the data looks like in each of them. But this is a good news story, because as of last year, in the year 2019, just as a snapshot, we saw more than 900 veterans touch the homelessness system. And now that's not a great number, but we got most of them resolved. We prevented them from continuing to experience that homelessness. And that's far better than several of our near peers, which like King County, that may be experiencing thousands of homeless veterans. So this is our system map. We talk about on the left side, you can see intervention and prevention. Phase 1 is screening, then we prioritize, then we refer, and then we place. And so we really want to try to catch people in that intervention and prevention stage before they experience that homelessness. But by doing this, by making it a visual, we were able to, work together and see where the issues lie. So as you can see here in green, this is the preferred route that we want veterans to go who are experiencing homelessness. When we look at it more detailed in the data, here in the red, we can see these are where our bottlenecks lie. And a bottleneck is not necessarily a bad thing. If we want a veteran to be stopped at a different point to try to resolve their issues there, that may be good. But in some cases, it's not great. It means that we have system failures, or there may be a lot of veterans waiting in one spot, and we're able to look at it and say, hey, what's going on right here? Why are veterans not making it through? So here in the yellow is where a summary of the recommendations are to either fix those bottlenecks or help improve efficiencies within the system. And these recommendations are data-based, best practice based. We did a ton of work with studies and everything. And they're, to be fair, just the initial recommendations. So we're coming up with more daily, and obviously the big broad context here with COVID-19 may change our results when it comes to our next set of recommendations, which are due out this summer. But to summarize, it's not that our system is doing well, it's doing what it's supposed to do, and we are making adjustments to try to make it work better for the veterans who are in this unfortunate circumstances. So if you look at the next slide, it's just an overview, it's a summary of things, and I'd love to go into more detail, but this is a brief presentation. So please feel free to reach out to my office, and we could schedule something and I can talk about it more. So coming back, we did the data map, and now we came up with our recommendations. And so if you look here, this table is an interactive table, again, available on the county's website, where we summarize the recommendations that we believe are going to be necessary to achieving functional zero. And basically those are, we need updated policies. We need to reform our policies to try to help capture more veterans. And that may be local policies, it may be state policies, and maybe federal policies. There are a lot of different recommendations here, and I don't quite have time to go into them into detail, but we've seen several issues that may help move veterans through the system. One of the big ones that I'm going to talk about is resource accessibility. We do see a lot of issues with veterans. There are a lot of providers. There are a lot of resources available to veterans. To use a good example, HUD-VASH. We were finishing the year with about 150 unused HUD-VASH vouchers. And yet we had about 400 homeless veterans at the end of the year of 2019. So what are we missing? Are the veterans not eligible? Are there system errors that aren't getting veterans connected to that? And I'll go over that into more detail, but we've made some recommendations for trying to allow veterans to access those resources a little bit better in Pierce County. The next one is barrier elimination. And this one, while resource accessibility is more on the broader system level, barrier elimination is looking at the individual and looking at the veteran. Many veterans face barriers, and that may be behavioral health, that may be financial barriers, barriers to employment, even documentation. So, a lot of veterans more than most people groups and demographics across America, have to provide even more documentation from additional sources to prove who they are and what, that they served in the military, that they had a discharge status of an honorable discharge or what have you. Those are not normal things for your average citizen, but it's unique to veterans. And so if you're a homeless veteran, maintaining your DD-214 or other documents is not very easy. And so we made some recommendations for the individual and trying to help get them connected and better suited for housing stability. And this may be renter readiness programs. So some individuals just aren't good renters. Landlords in our area may not want to rent to them. So can we help veterans become better renters through courses, through training that may make them more suitable for going back into how to take care of a home, So the next thing is continuous improvement, and continuous improvement is kind of a catch-all, but basically the way we mean it here in the context is trying to help our systems seek out new and better ways of doing things, constantly looking at best practices throughout the country, throughout the state, and trying to learn from things. And I think, like Executive Dan Meyer said at the onset of this program, looking at Lacey's doing great work with their hub and Thurston County at large, and, not trying to reinvent the wheel. Look at what is working elsewhere and try to implement that here in Pierce County. The next thing is shelters. So in the benchmark requirements from the feds for achieving functional zero, we have to offer shelter to any veteran who may be in our community. So the task force looked at that, and they looked at those requirements and are trying to meet that and make recommendations towards shelters. The next two are pretty interesting, and I'm looking forward to going into a little bit more detail on them: permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. And these are the last resort in a way, but when we're dealing with a housing shortage like we have here in Pierce County, they may be necessary. And so we don't want to leave those to the wayside. And we made recommendations for potentially ways of how to expand our housing stocks, particularly to veterans and active duty service members. So we created this matrix, and this matrix, we have the different criteria up here on the top and the different different recommendations here on the left. So we had system recommendations and structural recommendations, and this is just basically so we can help organize it a little bit better. But this is an interactive tool, and again, it's on the Pierce County website, and you can look through it, where the group tried to look at best practices throughout the country and determine how do we measure each of these, and do it in a very succinct and concise way. So if it's green, that means it's relatively easy. If it's amber or yellow, those of you in the military, you're familiar with these, that it means it's moderate or a little bit more difficult, and red means it's pretty difficult or maybe expensive. So with the interactive tool, as you hover over it, you can see a summary of these. So over here, policy updates time, it says low, it's 0 to 1 years. This is something we can do locally, the county council consider, and we can do pretty rapidly. But if you want to learn more details, you just click on it, and you can see here it gives you more of in-depth analysis of what we meant by this. So if it's rated low and it's time, you look at the cross section of the two, and it's 0 to 1 years. Specifically, we can begin within 1 year and we can complete it within 2 years. Cost, if it's low, if it's a one-time cost, it's 0 to 250K. Cost ongoing, so operational costs, those types of things. Funding opportunities. If funding opportunities is red, that means that the group couldn't really find any grants or any funding sources, and a new source of funding may need to be created. So that's how you interpret this metrics. But what I think is interesting and the group came up with is over here on the left, if you click through different one of these recommendations, let's do resource accessibility, for instance, it gives you a breakdown of the larger, more in-depth, more in the weeds explanation of what the task force is actually recommending with resource accessibility. So I want to go over some of the key ones with you all as it pertains to veterans housing in Pierce County. And to start, let's go over resource accessibility. So sorry, I exited out. That was my fault. So if we're going over resource accessibility, we were looking at best practices around the county, and I think there are two things that we looked at. The county has our urban centers, but we also have, sprawling rural parts of the county. So we really weighed, is it in our best interest to centralize resources in one stop shop, or do we want to do diffuse, spread them out throughout? Well, doing a more diffuse model is actually pretty expensive and very difficult to coordinate. And we conducted surveys and heard a lot of feedback from veterans that it was just too difficult with the referral process around the county. So say a veteran comes to my team and they're looking for housing, we may have to send them to American Lake to the VA, or we may have to send them to Catholic Community Services for SSVF. It's kind of on them to get themselves around. Well, the county looked at models like Lacey and said, why don't we take the burden away from the veteran and take on that burden ourselves? And so the group recommended a hybrid model where we centralize the resources, but potentially do outposts and events out into the rural parts of the community, or envelop things like transportation to help move those veterans around to the different resource posts, including the centralized resource center. So come this summer, we were supposed to, open it up sometime this spring. We hope to have open and operational the Veterans Resource Center in Pierce County. And with that, the intent is to focus on 3 areas of emphasis. One is housing. The second is health and healthcare. And the third is work or employment. So once we get that operational, the intent is to have a bunch of different outside agencies, including the state, the VA, any nonprofit who are doing anything for veterans in our region, in-house there whenever they want it, free to them to use. And the county will provide the space, and the agency will provide the service, and the county will work our butts off to try to get the veterans to those resources. If that means we need to come up with a transportation plan to get the county's get the veterans from the rural parts of the county back to the resource center, then we will do that. If that means we are going to do outposts and fund events or advertising and such, we're going to do that as well. And so the intent is to try to increase accessibility and take that burden off of the veteran who, if they're precariously housed, if they're struggling with housing and finances, the last thing we want to do is try to have them drive all around the county trying to figure out who does what and where and when. And so we want to bring them all in-house, and we are, we're starting to launch this now. And if you're interested in being a part of the Veterans Resource Center, we ask that you please reach out to the Pierce County Veterans Assistance Program, which is run by me. And that information and link can be provided throughout this presentation, and it's located on the Pierce County website. So I keep referring back to that, but that's a great place to go to find us. So that's resource accessibility. Now let's talk through some of the structural recommendations, because these are more long-term and thinking long-term strategy. And I'll circle back to shelters, but I want to talk about supportive housing and affordable housing. As I mentioned earlier, Pierce County is facing about a 2% vacancy rate in our housing. And like I said, that's going to push those veterans who are on the fringe or who are on a fixed income out. And as we know, veterans are much more likely to be on a fixed income than many of our general population counterparts. If you're receiving 100% disability, it isn't regionally allocated. And so, that $2,000 a month is not, it may be enough to live off of outside of Fort Campbell in Kentucky and Tennessee, but it probably is not going to cut you here at JBLM. And so what we are finding is a lot of veterans on our veterans master list, on our homeless veterans roster, are on those fixed incomes. And it's really interesting because if you're at a certain threshold, if you're at the 100% disability, the VA simultaneously may say you're not eligible because you're over the income for many programs, VA and otherwise, but you're also we're not paying you enough to live off of. And so what we have recommended is expanding our affordable housing stock to try to grab those individuals who are on those fixed incomes, who may be disabled, who may be war vets, who may have been wounded in combat, or maybe retirees who are getting pushed out of our current market, but do not necessarily need all the elements of supportive housing. They may not need the wraparound behavioral health services. They may be completely stable. They may not need all of the other aspects of supportive housing, which is typically very expensive. And so the task force recommended to the county council using the substitute House Bill 1406 dollars to potentially expand affordable housing in Pierce County for veterans. And I know for sure the Human Services Department within the county is working on that proposal now. They pitched the initial proposal to the council. Again, that's on the website. And the council was very supportive for that. So I believe the focus of it will be the affordable housing piece with a side bend towards permanent supportive housing. And the way we plan to work permanent supportive housing for veterans is in collaboration with the VA and their HUD-VASH program. Like I said earlier, in Pierce County, we have several unused HUD-VASH vouchers, which is not atypical across the country. Across the country right now, there are 22,000 unused HUD-VASH vouchers. So we are not alone in this. King County, Thurston County, most of our counties in Washington State have unused HUD-VASH vouchers. But if we don't have anywhere to use those vouchers, if we don't have enough housing stock, we're never going to get through them. And so the intent is to potentially build a facility or invest in housing that then can be used for HUD-VASH for our homeless veterans, with the intent of trying to end veterans homelessness in the next 3 to 5 years. So that plan is still in the works, and I recommend you stay in touch and look out for more recommendations that may be coming through this summer. in regards to that, but I know that the Human Services Department is trying to move pretty quick on that, all things considered with the current circumstances. But the way that works is that, we would work with a private or private landlords and everything to try to help get HUD-VASH utilization up. And that's another point in this, is that we are trying to encourage the VA and work with the VA to pull them more into our county systems and improve our relationships with them. We've had kind of a gaps and a lapse with veteran services until I came on board about this time last year. And right now we're trying to repair many of those relationships. And so one of those ways is we just recently pulled the VA into our landlord liaison program. So now we have a team of individuals who are going out and recruiting and maintaining landlords specifically for veterans. And I would love to tell you more information about that. I hope that you reach out to me and we can talk to you more. But it's a great program, and I think we're looking forward to seeing how it impacts our HUD-VASH utilization in the county. So the last piece I wanted to talk on with this spreadsheet is shelters. And shelters is a complicated piece because, as you know, we have a significant number of homeless veterans. The estimates are around 400 by our by name list for the county. And a requirement to achieve functional zero is to have a place to shelter those veterans immediately for those veterans who want it. Shelters are very expensive, and they're not necessarily a long-term solution. They may remove blight from our society. You may see fewer homeless people out on the streets, but it doesn't actually solve the underlying issues that are causing the homelessness, which may be, a housing shortage. And so the group has recommended some interesting things when it comes to sheltering veterans, and that's to build shelters or to slowly start using some of our current shelter stock, and then as we add supportive housing and affordable housing, veterans should move through that shelter and we can sunset the shelters back to the general public. So I recommend you take a look at this and take a look at their recommendations, but it's pretty unique, pretty interesting. Most of these programs are funded with grants and funds from the federal government or outside resources from the state, except for the Resource Center, which is all county funds, specifically targeted and dedicated to veteran services. And we're excited to see how this all works out throughout the years and check back with the council to see where these recommendations are playing out. So to conclude, because I'm running low on time here, what's next? So the council extended the timeline for the task force. So the task force is still convening. Granted, not too much right now because of the COVID situation, but they're going to be providing another update on their recommendations come this fall sometime, hopefully, unless it gets delayed because of COVID. We are bringing on facilitators to work with the task force along with myself. And the council has already started working on implementing these initial recommendations. So the funding has already been secured for the Veterans Resource Center. We're going to get to work on it as soon as the COVID situation wraps up. They're going to start renovating the facility that we've chosen. And then we're going to keep, they're updating policies and procedures, like I said, the Landlord Liaison Program, to try to help move veterans through the homelessness process. So, we're excited to see where this is within the next year or so. But I wanted to thank all the teams that have been helping out with this Ending Veterans Homelessness Task Force. It's all volunteer force with the city of Tacoma, Lakewood, and many different representatives from your community, VA, state, WDVA, Mary Forbes, so many folks, and they've worked tirelessly to try to provide really in-depth and targeted recommendations for the county. I invite you, I believe my contact information is in the slide. I invite you to reach out if you've got any interest in participating in the Veterans Resource Center. We'd love to get you connected. So that's about it for me. And I will turn this back over to Sarah Luna to talk about affordable housing for military.
Thanks so much, Sean. Thanks for all the work that you're doing. I really enjoy working with you, and You truly exemplify continued service. So thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Transitioning to now focusing on service member housing. And I'm going to pull up my presentation now. For those of you who have been with us since the beginning of this event, you know that we have talked about SSMCP. And what is SSMCP? Let me ensure that I've got this up here. Okay, and we can see that, great, all right. So those of you who are not familiar with the South Sound Military and Communities Partnership, this organization was established as part of the 2010 Growth Coordination Plan and Recommendation. And you can see the coalition of the willing that we have. It was originally 14, we're now near 60. And along with the partners that you can see on screen, we also have nonprofits, individuals. So there's really something for everyone that you can participate in SSMCP in some way, shape, or form in all of the initiatives that we have. And that's one reason why we're so successful, is because the abundance of levels and individuals and organizations all together. So specifically talking about housing and our initiatives there, some of our approaches, we do continue to support the Defense Community Infrastructure Program, the funding for that. And once funding becomes available, we will apply for those funds to go towards housing. We also, this is a good time to recognize our elected officials. For all of you who have been supportive of the initiatives with SSMCP, for all of you who continue to fight to ensure that our military stays strong in Washington State, because we know of that economic impact is so critical and important, and for national security. So thank you very much. We heard from Executive Dammeier, Congressman Heck, Deputy Mayor Whalen, Mayor Ryder. This is really important that we collaborate, and we're stronger together, as clearly illustrated with our collaborative legislative advocacy efforts to create the Defense Community Compatibility Account. And once those funds become available, SSMCP looks forward to being a leader in collaborating and coordinating regarding an accessory dwelling unit or detached accessory dwelling unit coordination for that. We also are going to be working with our jurisdictions to leverage the House Bill 1406 local sales and use tax towards housing investments. Another aspect, and talking about what our providers, and Sean just mentioned some of this, we have to have our service members financially ready. We need this financial readiness, literacy, education, preparedness, because we need our service members to be able to be home renters and owners. So we're very grateful for them for all of their efforts in that. A lot of times it's been talked about the moves from CONUS to OCONUS to go from Georgia to say Hawaii or Alaska. Well, the South Puget Sound is becoming one of those high cost of living areas, and we're doing the best that we can in coordination with Joint Base Lewis McChord and all of our partners to try and see what we can do to help alleviate some of that burden. In conjunction with these efforts, SSMCP also applied for an Office of Economic Adjustment grant, and we did receive that grant. And we're currently using those funds for a housing study. And this housing study is going to include direct information from our service members. And that's a survey that's going on right now. We have 250 responses as of this morning. That's great. The survey runs through May 4th. We're trying to get maximum participation. We will provide that link to the survey after the end of the summit and with the additional follow-up information. So lots and lots of resources and information coming your way. But we're really grateful that we have a fantastic team to conduct this study. You can see some of the members here on screen, and I'm very grateful that we have with us. We have Lisa Klein, who will be able to share more of the current study. And so Shannon, if you could bring up Lisa, please. And we'll give Lisa just a moment. to come on screen. So we're going to take just a minute to bring Lisa up. Hi, Lisa. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm ready to run the slides for you.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. So yeah, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the study that we're working on. First of all, describe, why are we doing this study? Service members, as you know, are required to relocate and have very little time in order to find the housing that they're looking for. And what they're encountering is that our hot housing market means that they're competing with the rest of the population around here. They're finding that the housing supply is at historically low levels. The costs are very high in our region. I think in the last couple of years, we've seen reporting that, we're at the top of the list in the nation for housing costs rates. One of the other complexities out there is the type of housing that's available. Commonly, developers are building your standard single family home that tends to cost in the upper 400 range price point. We're missing the townhomes. We're missing the duplexes. We're calling those the missing middle housing. And then the developers will tell you about their challenges, which has to do with how long it takes to get housing permitted and the costs associated with the construction, particularly with the high labor costs and the shortage of labor these days. So that's tells you quite a bit about the need for this. We know that approximately 87% of service members do live off base. And so we need to work at helping them with that. You can go to the next slide, Sarah. So the goals for the study is to develop a coordination process where we can identify the available housing and we can get that information to the service members that are looking. We want to do that in concert with JBLM's mission readiness goals, which have to do with how quick they can get to post for the Army. That's 30 minutes. The study is targeting the E1 to E5 active service members with dependents. So this is an entirely different sector that we're serving to benefit than, for example, what Sean was talking about earlier. So we'll be looking at providing communication and outreach tools that would assist them. We'll be looking for opportunities to resolve some of the barriers that are currently occurring out there. And we're also looking at incentives for landlords. So, is there more that can be done to incentivize whether it's through marketing or with other benefits, to connect the landlords to the service members in a way that is of benefit to them. Next slide. So study area for this study is, first slide, as you can, the map on the left shows the 5-mile radius surrounding JBLM. That's not really the study area though. What we're doing instead, the second drawing shows a couple of purple colors. The darker purple is representative of the, it's actually 20 minutes to the gate from those boundaries. And so we're looking at designing a study area that's based on that. We will also be incorporating surrounding census tracts because market study is a part of this, and that's how they go about doing that. So that kind of summarizes for you what we're talking about the area involved. We're also defining the type of the housing that we're studying. We are not really talking about, the term affordable is often subsidized housing. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about quality housing, entry-level housing. It could be housing that is clean, that is safe, of a variety of different types of housing. But, and it could also be rental, or it could be for sale, because they're all interrelated, and service members do seek out both types. So I just want to make clear that this is not subsidized housing that we're talking about. Another term that is often used today is something called attainable housing within their price point. Next slide. How we're going about it, we're doing a lot of research. We're looking at a lot of data from past studies that were completed, the JLU study in 2015. We're coordinating on a current study that's going on the transportation, the corridors surrounding the base. That's a recent coordination that's been going on. It's been very helpful. We're looking at other housing and initiatives and programs that are going on in the area, some of these grant programs that were mentioned, and making sure that we're learning more about those and how those can benefit service members. There's one program currently, the RPP, JBLM Rental Partnership Program, that is designed to be a communication tool. We're looking at how that is working. Maybe we can have a partnership program that works in conjunction with that. We've been talking to stakeholders. We've been looking at goals and policies and the local agency comprehensive plans. And another thing that we're doing, which is a significant part of our study, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more detail in a minute, is market study. And again, that's in that study area, looking at actual the market. And then Sarah also mentioned the JBLM Active Duty Service Member Survey that is currently about 1 week in, and we're getting some really good results from that. Our outcomes, we're looking at recommendations, and those will be anything from policy recommendations, where we should be spending our energy and our time moving forward to help connect these service members to better housing opportunities. It could be safer housing. It could be better planning documents at the local agency level. It could be new legislation at the state level. And then we're also talking about incentives and what can those be and what could those look like for both developers and for landlords. And the next slide. Again, I talked about the potential tools, one of which also we're talking about is communication. And there's a lot of Zillow type of tools that are being used right now. RPP is another one. And what can we do to create programs that are more targeted to the service members' needs? I mentioned the stakeholder interviews. We were just concluding those. We've gotten about 21 completed so far. It's been a mixture of local jurisdictions, the permitting agencies, landlords, housing developers, some nonprofits. We talked to Sean, who was on earlier today, included his information in that. And it's really good on the ground, useful information about the experiences. And again, these have been useful in understanding some recommendations. There's a lot of really great ideas out there from everybody, and we'll be incorporating those into our study and our recommendations. Schedule, we're about halfway through the research and reporting phase. We actually started last fall on our work program, but we're in the middle of the research and reporting phase now. We expect that we'll be having a document, and there'll be links to this on the SSMCP website where people will be able to go online and take a look at drafts. The overall goal is to get this to the Elected Officials Council in final form in November. A market study, I'm concerned a little bit about time. Like I mentioned, we have completed, or we are working on the market study, and we have some statistics that we're compiling. We are recognizing that the COVID-19 has had an impact on the market. The statistics aren't quite coming in yet on that. But there's a lot of looking ahead and how is that going to impact the trends? What are we seeing happening there? So Sarah, I know we're hitting the 2 o'clock mark. Do we have any more time, or do you want to keep going?
Yes, Lisa, if you'll please, I'll make my comments real quick.
Okay, I'll just wrap up with some of the interesting information that we were able to gather on the market. As I mentioned, we have some statistics. These are up through March of 2020. And the problem with that is that, there were a lot of closings that were already in the hopper, so to speak, before COVID hit. And so we know that, leading up to that, we were at historical low levels for inventory. And we were at historical high levels for housing costs, whether you were purchasing housing or whether you were looking to rent housing, your costs are higher historically than they've ever been. And now we've hit COVID-19, and what we're seeing is some of that has in flux. There's a little bit of different information. Let's see, new construction in March was still up 5.2% in comparison with March 2019. However, we needed to acknowledge that those were likely started before all of this happened. So the market reports are mixed. Everyone is expecting a downturn in listings and sales. Whether there's an actual downturn in pricing is questionable. They're not expecting it to be similar to the Great Recession and how that impacted housing prices. We know open houses have been temporarily suspended. We know that people are searching for their places to live online, and they're looking at the units and the homes online to determine if there's something they're interested in, and then they're making appointments. There's some interesting trends that our partner Echo Northwest is working on this market sector study has been reporting, and they're saying while the eviction moratorium and allowances for mortgage payment delays will stabilize households for the time being, there is a concern that we're just delaying the financial burden that will hit eventually. They're expecting that new construction starts will slow, potentially even stop in the near term, and then eventually be, ramping back up again after that. Access to capital is going to be an issue for new construction. The permit and design review process is going to be interesting how that impacts. Developers will tell you it all takes too long. And with local agencies being hit and their budgets being hit, such as they are now, are we going to see staffing cuts at the local agency level? And if we do, that's going to be impacting the permit process. Another interesting trend that they're seeing happen is that with the change in the leisure market, the short-term rentals are likely going to be converting to more of the long-term market. So they'll be converting from, for example, the Airbnb type of host will be renting for the long term. So that could be a good benefit for our market. So that was kind of my overall summary of the housing market, what we're looking at, what we think is coming down the pike. Just to wrap up, Sarah, the next slide about next steps. We are working, as Sarah mentioned, we've got the SSMCP includes quite a few members. There's a group that is the housing subcommittee, and they are our assistance group in this study. We met with them in February. We're going to be meeting with them again in likely late May. And that will be to review our draft report, and they'll be helping us toward refinement and solidifying our recommendations as we move forward. So we are, as I mentioned, we're just wrapping up and going into the reporting phase. And I'll pass that on to Sarah. You want to talk about the survey some more?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate you and the rest of the team. Your work has just been phenomenal, and we're really looking forward to getting this draft and getting a lot of feedback from a lot of folks. Please do encourage people to take this active duty survey. If you are interested in participating in the meeting that we'll have in late May, please contact me. My information is on the screen, and we can talk more about the study and answer a lot more questions that you may have, and definitely interested in having some more input. So thank you to Lisa. Thank you to Sean for so much to think about. Really proud of the work that we're doing and taking that kind of cross-sector approach. All right, we'll close this presentation, and please come back at 2:15. We have a very robust panel to end our day. We're going to hear from Bethel School District, Clover Park School District. We have Bates Technical College, and Pierce County Library System 211. So please come back at 2:15. We'll see you then. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Military and Civilian Services Summit. I'm so excited about our last panel. It's a big panel with lots of information, so let's get right to it with introduction of our moderator, Jamie Prothro of Pierce County Library System, the Customer Experience Director. Jamie, thanks so much for being here and for moderating this panel and sharing what Pierce County Library is doing during this time as well. Everyone could bear with us for just a moment. We know Jamie is nearby. We're going to bring her up as soon as we can. Hi, Jamie, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Oh my goodness, here we go. The fun of technology. How I got kicked out of the Zoom meeting. So introduce myself. I'm the Customer Experience Director. My name's Jamie Prothro. I get the joy of helping to coordinate public services throughout the county. And I think we're going to go ahead and introduce the rest of our amazing panel, which includes Danielle Robertson.
Hi there, I'm Danielle Robertson. I'm with South Sound 211, and I do a lot of our training and coaching of our staff, as well as managing our transportation program.
Great to see you, Danielle. And Ron Banner is with us.
I'm hoping you can hear me.
We sure can, Ron.
Okay, sorry. My name is Ron Banner. I am the superintendent of the Clover Park School District.
Great. Glad that you're here. And Tom Siegel is also with us.
Okay, I just had to wait there for magic of Zoom to catch up with me. And I'm Tom Siegel. I'm the superintendent of the Bethel School District. I'm glad to be with you today.
Great. Very glad you're here, Tom. Jennifer Bethman.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Bethman. I'm also with the Bethel School District, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education. I'll be letting Tom and Matt Yarkowski, one of our high school principals, take the lead here, but if you have any questions for me, I am available.
Great. And Matt, you're here. What's your role?
All right, got that set up. I am Matt Yarkowski, and I am the principal at Grand Carlson High School.
Great. It's glad to meet you. Thanks for being here. And we have also Dr. Lori Keller with us. Oh, you're muted. Are you able to? We still can't hear you, Lori. Keep trying. We have Dr. Lori Keller from Bates Technical College campus. She's the Dean of our Allied Health and Career Training. And I think each of us, we're going to take a couple of minutes to talk through some questions about our organizations, about specifically how we work to support the military. I thought I would jump in first, and then I'm going to hand it over to this great panel. So Pierce County Library System, we have 20 physical spaces throughout all of Pierce County. Anyone with a military ID is eligible to get a library card. You can do that in person, you can do that online. And also your card, once you get it, you're available to use library services no matter where you are, if deployment happens, etc. So anyone affiliated with the military gets a free library card with Pierce County. Specifically, we have, think about us as kind of your community friend. I think we've got smart, fun, friendly staff at every location, whether it's online or in the branches, which in the branches is really difficult right now with COVID-19. So get in touch with us online for sure, but we have robust early learning programs for kids. That includes story time programming, tons of early learning resources and materials online and in book format. We have a really great game called Our Community Adventure, which is really slick for kind of getting youngsters to know what's going on in their community using math skills, reading skills, getting to know like little bits and facts about government that are appropriate for little ones. We put a lot of energy into supporting and building out after school activities that align with a lot of the state STEM and STEAM curriculum. Lots of homework help to kind of bolster family support or after school support. I know I've been using that a lot with my kids as they've been doing schoolwork from home. My seniors' math skills are way beyond mine. We're doing summer reading this year very differently than we've ever done. We're going to be having both online component, but then also and a simple reading log for folks that can't get to the library. So we're having to figure out a lot of different things related to programming without being able to bring people together. I think specifically for adults, I will say that the library is putting a lot of strategy into how we're supporting teens in our community, both as students, but then also what does life look like after high school. We've just invested quite a bit of our energy into bolstering our staff. So we'll have 9 teen services staff now. We just have 2, now we'll have 9 to do a lot of teen meetups, a lot of teen connection, a lot of teen designed programming going forward. And one of those aspects includes a volunteer program. I think for adults, we've got really robust online learning that's free. One of the great things about the library, no matter what age you're at, we can help you save money. So don't ever pay for a lynda.com account. I think we subscribe through the State Library Partnership to lynda.com, which has thousands and thousands of resources available, classes, videos. it's really the bolstering too of our learning plans for free technology certification. There's a free Microsoft certification program that we run where people can get access to up to, like, I think the certifications are about $150 a pop for Microsoft Office products, but also the technology assistant program. So networking and system cybersecurity. And these credentials actually help people's resumes set them apart from others. Especially, I think we've had really good connections with the military as far as helping to translate skills from the military into civilian life. I think the last thing before I pop over and talk with Danielle a little bit about what the United Way has going on is just to really reinforce that the library is it's an awesome partner. So whatever your need is at any point in your life, if you're working on that transition into civilian life or needing to grow a new hobby, right now we have Ancestry available for genealogy research from home during this COVID period, but we're happy to partner. We're happy to answer any questions at any point and be kind of just a part of your security network in the community. So I'm gonna hand things over to Danielle. Danielle, how does your organization help to support the military community?
Yeah, so a little bit background on what 211 is for those of you who don't know about South Sound 211. We connect both individuals and families with programs and services to help them navigate through whatever barriers are preventing them from becoming self-sufficient. So instead of having to make multiple calls, our individuals in the community are able to call our free helpline and get connected with trained specialists who can help match them with the right services. South Sound 211 is able to provide this service to everyone in Pierce, Thurston, and Lewis County. And then 211 is also a nationwide service. So even if military members do get restationed or anything like that, every state does have a 211 that they can connect with for that same service. We're really focused on helping to meet those basic needs. And in addition to those traditional 211 resources, such as like housing, food, transportation, financial assistance, or clothing, there's another way that 211 is involved in helping individuals who want to get connected with education and employment services. So we have a program called our Common Referral System. And the cool thing about this is that it's shared between 22 different agencies within Pierce County who provide education and employment services. And through these partnerships, we're able to really connect the individual with either a basic education navigator or an employment navigator. So in Pierce County, the basic education navigator is really for those who don't have a high school diploma or a GED and are looking to obtain one. We have added some questions to our general 211 intake that every single caller goes through. And so we're just asking them if they do have their high school diploma or GED, and if they answer no, we really want to see if they are interested in achieving those certificates. And then we'll send their information through this common referral system to a Pierce County Basic Education Navigator, who will then follow up with them and work with them to see what options are best for them in their situation with whatever barriers they're facing. That common referral system is also designed to help enhance individuals who are seeking employment too, and removing those same barriers. And so when a client walks into any employment agency or calls 211 looking for employment, then an assessment is done with them. And we know that everyone's looking for something different when it comes to their education goals or employment goals. And so they're able to sit down one-on-one and have a conversation specifically about their situation. And some may want to go to school, some may have a disability, some may need that certification or additional training, or just want that part-time job. The agencies are able to determine where the client should go. So rather than having them call around to all these 22 different agencies and having to constantly retell their story and their situation, they're able to make just that one single call, and then we connect them with that appropriate agency in the back end. And then the third thing I really want to mention is that, especially in our area, transportation is a big issue in getting people to education, employment, and just generally getting around to run errands. And so the great thing about 2-in-1 is that we do have other specialists and navigators. And one of the things is, for transportation, we're able to help provide free rides to get people to those employment services, to their job trainings, as well as helping get them to work for the first 3 weeks of their employment, as well as medical, and then accessing other public benefits, whether that's housing or food or getting to the VA and things like that. And so the great thing is that with that one call to 2-in-1, they are getting connected to so many different agencies, but only having to make that single call.
Great. How about you, Ron?
I got it. Thank you. So Clover Park School District offers preschool through 12th grade services, education services for about 12,500 students, about 30% of which are military connected. We have 6 elementary schools located on JBLM. A majority of our students in the secondary attend Mann Middle School, Woodbrook Middle School, and then Lakes and Clover Park High Schools. We provide on-site clinics for several of the schools, specifically connected to Madigan Army Medical Center. And that's so that students can come to school and be at school as much as possible and not have to leave to go do some of the, I guess I would say, smaller medical procedures or checkups. We work with military family life consultants and school behavioral health, and then also the developmental pediatrics fellows from Madigan to support our students. We also take part in DODEA grants that provide mental health support for our students, where we actually connect with Greater Lakes Mental Health using the dollars from those grants. And then the DODEA also supports elementary STEAM programs, as well as college and career readiness programs in our secondary schools. We take part in AYPYN, which is Army Youth Programs in Your Neighborhood. We've done that probably for the last 6 or 7 years. And that's strictly for a per pupil allocation for students who take part in activities either before or after the regular school day, specifically to keep students engaged in safe and healthy activities. We stay in contact regularly with JBLM through regular meetings with the garrison commander, through the liaison's office. Our COVID meetings have pretty much been when we can get together and as needed, and so we really appreciate that. Our program, again, is preschool through 12th grade, offering basic ed, special education services, career and technical services, career and technical ed services, a variety of the arts, performing arts, visual arts, as well as JROTC programs for both Air Force and Army. And again, 30%, so usually about 3,300 to 3,500 of our students are either living on JBLM or are military connected. We have a significant retiree population in our neighborhood as well, or in our community.
Great, wow. Moving it over to our Bethel and Graham Kapowson team. We have Tom, Jennifer, and Matthew. Maybe just let you guys do a roundup of how the Bethel School District is supporting military.
Okay, well, let me just give you a generalized idea of what we're talking about. We're talking about Bethel. We're located to the east of the base. Basically, you go out the McCord gate on military and keep going south for another 10 miles. You can actually come out the back gate at Roy and go another 2 or 3 miles to almost get to McKenna. and then 10, 12, 14 miles further to the east, and that's the geographic area of Bethel in a nutshell. We have about 21,000 kids that we provide educational services to. We are a kindergarten through 12 school district, although we have kids who require special education services, and we catch them well before age 5. About 9% of our students are military, so about 18, it depends, but about 1,800 kids. And I've been here 19 years. That's been a very consistent number, even though we've grown 50% our overall population during that time frame. By the way, we do have obviously a really solid relationship with the military, whichever branch it happens to be. We probably have about 1/3 to 40% of the population that are either active duty, retired military, prior military, or civilian DoD employees in our area. And so we take this very seriously. Matter of fact, I just noticed when you dropped my screen, right about where my thumb is, a picture of my ship, USS Enterprise. So I can appreciate what the kids go through. We had 13 PCS moves in 25 years. So we've been trying to make sure that whatever we do makes that transition as easy as possible. And so we've, obviously a member of the military compact, student compact, and then we've great relationships with our liaison, Norma Mello, who, if there's a problem, calls us up, and we try to get things done just as quickly as possible. So there's no more negative impact than absolutely required when you move cross country to a new location, get all started again, and try to figure out what the heck's going on as far as school. Now, we do have 4 MFLAC counselors. We have them split between 8 schools to help the military kids with the transition and give them some additional support, trying to make sure they're as successful as they can be. We've also started 2 years ago, the Madigan Adolescent Child Care Clinic located at Bethel High School. They meet over there just once a week. But we also have another clinic right down the road at Bethel Middle School opening up by Community Health Care, which is 1,700 square foot. They're just now in the process of finishing building it. And hopefully Madigan will be able to move over there and utilize it as well at the same time. Save a lot of time trying to go over Madigan. I know, I go to Madigan and I know they're wonderful folks, but it's a big facility. Lots of other people take care of it. We also get the APN funding. I think it's about $80,000 a year, and we use it for extended or after school learning opportunities. A little bit of everything: chess club, movie club, reading help, whatever basically the kids are interested in to either help them academically or socially integrate. And what's really neat about the APN funding is that it's not just military kids can benefit from the program, it's any kid. So there's an opportunity for our military kids to participate in the same activities as our civilian kids and have a bond there as well. Also like to mention, we have a couple of special things. One is the Purple Up Day. I think this is year 5 for us, although it got canceled with the COVID-19 situation. But we've also had ABC Day, All Bethel Community Day. And what's interesting about that is we have significant military presence over there. We usually have Apache helicopter come fly in, so kids can go over and ooh and ah, touch the airplane, get inside of it, actually watch it land from a distance if they get there early enough. We also have other military hardware over there, different armored vehicles. And I know we have a retired Army gentleman who's a member of Kiwanis that has a Korean War vintage Jeep, just like the one that he used to drive. And so he brings it over, and the kids find it cool to get inside an old Jeep and, try the horn and everything else in it. So we try to ensure that our kids that are military are integrated as quickly and gently as possible and support them in whatever way we can. One other unique program, and I'll let either Jennifer or probably Matt start on this one, is the NIMSY program. There's 1,200 or 1,300 high schools throughout the nation that have this National Math and Science Initiative, which is military sponsored. We're only one of 2 one of 2 school districts in the state, and we have all 3 of our high schools participating in this. So we have 3 of the 4 high schools in the state participating in this, and it really is a unique program. So I'm going to turn this over to Matt Yarkovsky, the principal at Grand Kapowska High School, to talk about NIMSY, but Jennifer can jump in anytime she wants to. Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, our National Math and Science Institute, which we call NIMSY for short, using acronyms in education, just like the military. And we started it about a year ago when we really started getting going with it. And it's a support for, like Tom said, it's military connected in that the Department of Defense is the one who initiated it, and it's really working with high schools that are close to military bases. So if you're getting transferred around from different military bases, you're going to be going to possibly another school that has NIMSY supported. And NIMSY support means that they're working with our students and our teachers to help them be successful in advanced courses like advanced placement, calculus, AP stats. Computer science is probably one of their biggest initiative pushes. Our work with them and our partnership with them has really it's increased the number of kids that are being in AP computer science classes, and they're helping us, the National Math and Science Initiative. We have partners who help us identify kids which might benefit more, and so we're getting military kids in who might be overlooked when they're registering for courses on what courses they might want to take that'll help them be successful. And it starts not just at 10th and 11th or 11th and 12th grade with AP courses. It also goes down into 9th and 10th and even into middle school for supporting teachers around what it looks like. So they have two main courses, the National Math and Science. They have the Laying the Foundations program, which is for middle school and 9th and 10th grade teachers and students. And then they have the College Readiness program. And the College Readiness program, that's the one that has been around the longest, and that's the one that supports military families the most. It started in 2010, and it's increased significantly every year. And so after 10 years of doing it, it's now across 29 different states and 160 different schools, serving around 100 military installations as well. And we get things like, we'll get a tutor coming down, a trained tutor who kind of understands the AP test or understands where students' holes might be. And that person is also working with the teachers and also the students. So students get opportunities to do some sessions with a tutor, and that person helps the teacher, and then the teacher is also able to help the students too. So this is in addition to the AP work that the students do. They get additional help, and we're starting to see, before COVID came out, we're starting to see students having a better understanding of the materials related to the NIMSY initiative courses. So some of the NIMSY initiative courses are things like AP chemistry, AP physics, AP biology, AP computer science, and then our AP math courses. And those are courses that are generally, we have students, and this is across the country, they have a harder time passing, getting qualifying scores, so getting a 3, 4, or 5 on the AP test. And NIMSY's really helped us by working with us to identify kids to be in these courses, and then identifying the supports we have to train teachers and work with students to do that. And the cool thing is, like we said, because they're expanding and they're working with a lot of places that are close to the military. If kids are moving and they're military connected, there's a good chance that they could be going from one NIMSY school to another NIMSY school. So it's a pretty seamless transition. And if they're going back to middle school, they can know what's coming up from middle school. Even if they're in different systems, different school systems, they're still getting similar support materials for them to be successful and getting into those high demand areas, which is a really cool thing. So we're really excited to start this partnership, and we're looking forward to continuing to grow. But right now, just for example, we only had a handful of kids initially sign up for our AP computer science program because kids kind of get scared about it. NIMSY helped support us, and we ended up quintupling the number of kids that were signing for AP computer science. So going from like 10 to 45, and next year we'll have 60 kids in it. So just growing the number of kids that we're taking in AP computer science, just a big victory. And I really think it's the work that NIMSY and then ultimately the Department of Defense, who's helping pay for this kind of stuff, has been a really wonderful thing for us at Graham-Kapowsin and in Bethel High School and Spanning Lake High School as well.
And the only thing I would add with everything, Matt, you did a great job, is that he touched on it being a systemic program. The Laying the Foundations courses are actually offered elementary through middle school and up through 10th grade. And that is about preparing our students for those higher level rigorous courses such as AP. And the other thing is they provide incentives for both our students and our teachers who are doing the work to make the work happen. Paying for them to travel and participate in professional development 3 times a year. Actually, it's 4 times. They go in the summer and then 3 other times during the year. And our teachers are coming back and saying that's some of the best PD that they've been involved in. And we think we offer great PD in the district, but this is PD that's really speaking about how do we prepare kids for rigorous courses, especially in the area of math and science, where we know we need to help our kids engage at a greater extent.
It's incredibly impressive, Bethel. Let's see if we can hear from Dr. Lori Keller. What's going on at Bates?
Did you unplug your headphones? Okay.
Any additional tech support we might be able to provide? Maybe we'll keep trying, but maybe move into our next question, which really has to do with a bit about how can providers now, if they're intrigued by the services that we've described, how can they best get in touch, or if someone wants to get connected with independent projects or programs. I will mention for the library, we have our main library website, which is piercecountylibrary.org, but we've built out a satellite connection website called Military Connections, and the website for that is military.mypcls.org. So military.mypcls.org. That satellite site, it's really designed as though it's really geared for a new resident to our community who's been deployed here in the Pierce County area. So it's really highlighting a lot of local attractions and local resources just to welcome folks to the community. From there, you can bounce into our main website and see the breadth of electronic resources we have available. And on every website page, Contact Us will go to any number of our staff who will be able to get people in touch with the right library staff member. Ron, how about getting in touch at Clover Park?
So best way to get in touch with us is you can go through our website and you could just Google Clover Park School District, and there'll be plenty of contact information. You could also contact us at our main line, which is 253-583-5000. You can from that point, you could ask for my office. Our marketing communications department does a wonderful job of helping steer folks to their respective areas. And so we're always interested in partnering to support our military kids and to support all of our kids. So if there's something out there that we haven't thought of or that you have an idea about, feel free to give us a call and we'll sit down and talk about it.
Great. So how to learn more? How can people learn more about Bethel services?
You want Bethel services? Same thing, go to the website, contact numbers and methodology are located there. We'll be responsive, even though they've got this crazy restriction on how we do business right now, but we'll respond to you as quickly as we possibly can. As long as we got you on the line, I just want to mention a couple things. One, that as students come into our area, just make them aware of what's available. We're the home of the Pierce County Skills Center, and it has about 12 different career paths that really provide excellent opportunity for training skills. Is actually taught at the is taught at the college level. It gets dual credit for high school graduation and college. Get certification like the nurse's assistant certification coming out of there. It's got the tech side. It's got everything from construction, auto mechanics. By the way, one of the best auto mechanics repair shops I've ever seen anywhere. And the same thing with all the aviation machining and aviation composites. So if somebody's interested in taking a look at that when they move into the area, please take a look. You'll find it fascinating. It's now operating at 100% capacity, and it is the best skill center in the state by far. I'd also like to mention that we have other opportunities. We have Pierce College at our high school campuses so that kids can attend both high school and Pierce College courses. And of course, the Running Start program, which is what we're talking about here, the kids get credit for both high school graduation and for college simultaneously. So as kids roll into the district, we want to make sure they know of those opportunities. But contacting, go to the website, contact information is there, and love to help anybody who's interested.
I'm going to give this another try. Is there any sound coming from me?
You're good.
Yes, take it away.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, Tom, I appreciate that. And both of you, the superintendents, are partners in education, partners in library science, and partners in navigating the resources of Pierce County is so important. And I'm really grateful to Sarah Luna for getting me back hooked up here with my audio, and Bill Adamson and SMCP for the ability for Bates to be a part of this. I've been listening all day. It's been really informative. It's quite a group that has been gathered. I wish we were all together to say hello in person, but I look forward to a future summit like this. Sarah, you're just going to have to plan another one. Bates is one of 34 community and technical colleges in the state of Washington. We have community and technical colleges near every military installation around the state. And Bates is one of the 5 technical colleges that are more or less purely technical colleges built as vocational schools, and ours stretches back to 1940. So we're celebrating our 80th year. We wanted to do it with a little bit more pomp and circumstance this spring with our 80th student graduation ceremonies and things like that. But again, we're here on Zoom. We're doing a Zoom graduation, and I'm sure many of you are too. One of the things that I wanted to just share with this group and the listeners is how much we appreciate things like Danielle's and United Way's, the 211 common referral system. It's really important as military connected service members and veterans and their families look for the resources when they either move to this area or discover themselves in need of any types of resources. That common referral system that Danielle talked about is really great, and it sends us individuals in from all backgrounds, all ages, to places like Bates, places like our local high school districts. So we're really appreciative of that coalition of 22 partners that we get to be part of. So thank you for that. Bates offers a host, almost 50 degrees and certificates. And one of the things we're focusing on for our military connected partners and families in the next couple of years is shorter certificates that are nationally recognized and credentials that individuals can take with them when they leave Joint Base Lewis McChord, if they ever have to leave Washington State. We hope they never leave. But when service members leave and take on civilian careers, we want those career credentials to be portable. So things like dental assisting, machinist, tool making technology, and many of our programs in computer sciences and allied health have portable credentials that are recognized nationally and across state lines. And I know that's something that's a focus at the legislative level, state and national. So we're very attuned to the military spouse education pathways, and as well as the childcare issues that arise when you have two working parents, both of whom are interested in going back to school while keeping their jobs and taking care of their children. It is, as we all know, during this COVID time, it's complicated. But the good thing about being part of the Education Working Group, and Dr. Lynn Joe, the president of Bates Technical College, sends her greetings and serves on the Education Working Group with Superintendent Banner. So thank you for the leadership of the Education Working Group. We've been able to really get some great input. We had an Education Working Group meeting in the winter, I believe. It seems like it was just yesterday, but it was a great group of people at Clover Park School District offices, and got a lot of great ideas and potential initiatives going forward about how Pierce colleges generally, not just Bates, but Clover Park, Tacoma Community College, and Pierce College itself can continue to offer education, higher education credentials, and meaningful certificates and degrees to that lead directly into employment that is hopefully as high a paying, if not higher paying, than the money that you were making in the military. So we do try to recommend the highest salary, highest wage career training programs at Bates, and we've got 3 campuses, one of which South Campus is actually still operating because the fire training academy is considered essential. So that's something that is ongoing, and just really pleased to be here for Bates, and I look forward to meeting more of you in person in the months and years ahead. Thanks very much.
Great. It's so great to hear from you. Last but not least, Danielle from United Way. How can providers learn more about the United Way? And also, if you wanted to share a piece of information that you wish everyone would know and could know about the United Way, that'd be awesome.
So the best way to contact 211 is you can either call 211, just those 3 simple numbers, or our direct line on 253-572-4357. And you'll speak with a trained information and referral specialist or a navigator who specializes in either behavioral health, housing, employment and education, transportation, or early childhood development. You can also visit our website and access our online database and do your own search for resources that way too. And that website address is www.wa211.org. And then you can also visit the United Way website to learn more about what United Way is doing in the community, as well as more about South Sound 211. And that website address is www.uwpc.org. And I think the one thing I would like everybody to know is that sometimes making that first call for help is the hardest. And I would just encourage anybody needing assistance in the military community to make that call. The number of resources available to you is numerous, and I just encourage you to have that courage to pick up the phone and dial 211.
Thank you. That's fantastic. How about you, Ron? What do you wish that people would know about Clover Park?
Well, I've been in Clover Park for 17 years now, and I've found a whole lot about this community in the last 5 weeks. And so I have this list of things, but I'm going to cut it short just by saying what I really want folks to know is that Clover Park School District, in conjunction with Joint Base Lewis McChord and the Lakewood community, is just that, a community. And we're finding, like I'm sure all communities across this country are finding, is that we are so much better together. And my last board meeting, I ended my report by expressing to my board that I've never been prouder of this community than I am right now. And in some ways, it's unfortunate that it took a crisis like this, right, for me to see it, because it's always been there. And so we're going to make sure that everybody sees it as we move forward, that we are a community. And we're in all of this together, not just COVID, but life. So I want everybody to know that we're a great community.
Terrific. Thank you. How about Tom, Matthew, and Jennifer? What do you wish everyone knew about your school district?
Well, we're trying to be the best school district we possibly can so that our kids can benefit from the educational opportunities that we have available for them. And there is a real sense of community. This is just kind of silly in some ways, but I went around to 5 of our 8 feeding sites today at our schools, and we're putting out about 4,400, we're helping about 4,500 kids, about 9,000 meals a day. And what was interesting was the people who were out there handing out the food were really happy to be there. And they were happy to see the kids, happy to see the parents. There was, they can't get out and hug each other, but they have the virtual or air hug, whatever the right term is. And they really connected, and they really appreciate each other. And there is a deep sense of that loving feeling that exists in the district, especially with our staff and our kids and the parents. So even though we have a large geographic area, a large population out here, And, you know, people commute to Tacoma and Seattle. There is a sense of being and a sense of community within this district that's pretty remarkable and resilient. I've always seen it. So it's a good place to be. It's a good place to be.
Great.
One thing that I would say real quick is that for the military, anyone can be successful in an AP course. So that's part of the NIMSY focus, is making sure that it's open to all students. And so if you're a military student and you've moved around and you're a parent, as a parent, you think, I don't know, my kid's kind of piecemealed, their math class look different here and look different there. The supports are there. And I think that anyone can be successful in an AP course is a message that I'd want people to hear that sometimes they don't think about.
Great.
One last thing, and again, it kind of gives you a sense of the spirit of the place. I took this picture just a couple hours ago when they were serving food. I don't know if you can see it, but a lady is dressed up into a pink uniform, unicorn outfit. And you may not be able to see it, but on the snout, on the nostrils, is actually a mask. So there's your COVID-19 unicorn masked food server. So
we had a clown last week.
You know, it's an elementary school thing. I know, but it's cool.
How about you, Lori? What's something that you wish that organizations knew about Bates or providers?
Thank you. I'll be super quick since it took me so long to get connected. The first thing that I think is important about Bates is that it is an open access institution, just like every community and technical college in Washington State. We accept anyone who, regardless of their level of education that they've obtained, and we will help them get to a great career. And the second thing, which is the agony of this time period we're living in, is that Bates is well known and really loved for its hands-on, job-focused training. We really do operate, when you go to Bates, you go to work, and you go to school like you're going to work. And so people really appreciate that hands-on, high-touch practices in teaching that we offer. And it's just agonizing not being able to do that right now. So we're crossing our fingers for an appropriate time to go back and get into the shops and labs and clinics, because we're a hands-on school. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's wonderful. And just last mention, I would say that for the Pierce County Library, I think the thing that we would love folks to know about is that question of, do libraries really need to exist in our community? All more than ever, absolutely. Libraries are an incredibly adaptable social organization that really can pivot and become nimble for whatever times we're in. And I will say that reading is on the rise. We know that reading reduces stress. Stressful times needs more reading. So that's what I would like to impart about the value of the Pierce County Library. Thank you guys so much for your time today. This was an incredible learning experience, and I'll pass it back to Sarah Luna.
Thank you all so very much. It is such a delight to see you in whatever way, shape, or form. I'm so grateful for the work that all of you do, truly, and for making the time today to be part of this. Now more than ever, we know that people need to hear about the education opportunities. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't say that enough. This concludes our event. We are going to wrap it up by saying thank you to the more than 280 attendees throughout the day. It has far exceeded expectations. This is recorded, so for those who weren't able to see all of it, don't worry. We've got lots of information and resources that will be followed up. Please feel free to provide those widely. Thank you for all of your patience with all of the technological glitches that happened. However, I think this was a fantastic platform, and we look forward to working through some of those kinks and bringing more of these types of events to you if you would like. So please provide some feedback via survey or contact me directly and let me know what you thought. How can we make this better? I can't thank everyone enough, especially those who helped put this together. So Kelvin Caesar at United Way, Alicia Grady, JBLM, Sean Dinnerline, Pierce County. Thank you all so very much. This has been fantastic. And our behind the scenes hero, Shannon Kelly Fong. This is not in her job description. She really stepped up, and she was the one who was ensuring everybody was brought on and we had the presentations. Couldn't have had this event without her help. So please refer to trusted resources as we go forward. We're talking about those town halls at Madigan and JBLM. The Association of Defense Communities and Blue Star Families are also putting on some fantastic town halls that provide a national level that is military affiliated. So again, that's a resource that will be put out in the near future. All right, everyone, please be sure to stay healthy, because you make the South Puget Sound a great American defense community. Take care.